Um, And I'm confused as to whether we're going to discuss those today.
You know what? We're just going to see where this discussion goes, Lee. We'll take it step by step and see.
Those questions do that. I mean, those questions, I think are very significant to where we're going. And are designed to help us know where we're going.
Any other comments?
Um, I think, we're largely on the same page. I know that everybody's, both council and staff and board cab members agree that we are looking to improve what we have as a facility at Bay Oaks. I think the disconnect really had to do with the issue of being able to phase that first conceptual plan that we approved last August that was presented to council and talked about, and having that phased uh, over time depending on when the funding was available. Then in October, that phasing was no longer an option. So I guess today I personally am looking for some kind of agreement as to whether phasing is um, acceptable to council, if that's something we can think about. We could look at the overall plan for amount of funding that will be available not only for this, 5.5 million, which is the number that is discussed, but for the overall plan that could be up to 15 million. So I guess what I'm looking for is that consensus to say we don't have to do everything right away, but we would like to be able to do that overall plan with a separate amphitheater, with the athletic center and the community gathering place. And, if we were to have to make concessions right now, I think we all agreed that the Welcome Center could be something that we could eliminate for now. That wasn't an essential need. It was lovely, but it wasn't essential. And the fact that there was artificial turf that was recommended, we recognize that's hugely expensive. So I think we were willing to take that off the table. And we also looked that perhaps there were some funds that could be available. So given all of that new information about our willingness to compromise to a certain extent, and the council willing to bring additional dollars into this first phase, and allowing a second, possibly third phase to happen, I think we could go a long way in making this morning's conversation very productive.
Thanks, Barb. Anything else?
Um, I feel like, the questions, that's why we're here to discuss those things so we can move forward. Because without knowing, I guess I'm not trying to rehash the past, but that was the issue. We don't know if we don't have a clear amount to spend, or we won't know what to take away, what we can keep. There's some basic issues that need to be brought to light before, or else we're just going to go in circles.
I have a very strong suspicion that that's going to be discussed here.
Okay, well, that's
Within
what,
the next few months.
was at, the questions that were submitted,
Yes,
that was the question. So, and I feel like, I joined this committee, after a lot of it was already in the works, and I just came in and, was kind of shocked, at just the first two meetings, like, okay, the plan that was worked on was just completely different, and that's why we're moving forward now. I think it's important to have things in the light and to talk about, I'm the type of person, like, let's get a solution, let's move forward. So where do we go from here? What's the next step? We need to know, costs so that we can get moving forward. So we're not just rehashing this over and over again.
exactly. Yes,
Yes, you mentioned, Ray, that there could be additional funds that were found, that can be found. You mentioned grants and need to start working on that. I was also wondering where we could be with our own fundraising and naming rights and that type of thing, going through the Friends of Bay Oaks, because obviously we can't do it, but going through the Friends of Bay Oaks and doing additional grant writings and additional fundraising to help offset what the cost might be to the town, what the cost could be to the citizens. I know that the Friends of Bay Oaks right now is inactive, but I'm hoping, one of my passions would be to resurrect that, see if we couldn't get more people involved, and really do a total well-rounded fundraising effort for this, once we get buy-in on what direction we're gonna go.
We're inactive. They give us a check today for 18 grand.
Because they're inactive.
Is that left over?
Oh, it's because they're inactive.
Okay, 18 to 5 and a half.
Well, I'm just saying, I wasn't aware of that, but, okay, well, I mean, those are all possibilities. I don't, I mean, I wouldn't turn down any funding sources, but, so everything can be on the table within our legal boundaries, but, ladies, did you have any comments?
I do. I'm just encouraged that we're talking about it. I know that the budget is not what we had hoped for, but that was a pie in the sky. So I think I want to resonate what she said about funding and need to just really strongly move ahead on this program. And that's all I have to say.
I agree with those comments and it's, I think the main thing is, Barbara, in response to your question about phasing, I mean, it would have to be phased over time, and hopefully we can agree on some elements that would come in future phases that everybody reaches consensus on. Then again, 5 of us aren't going to be here necessarily in these future phases, so and several of you all won't be here when it comes time for future phases. You can't really lock in a sitting council to these future phases, but once you get the project going, I mean, and it creates momentum. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for moving forward with this, but we have to start. We have to start, and that's the main thing that I think.
Ray, may I say something? See, there's that argument again. And it seems to me we're almost starting off here with a false argument. You can do phases at future councils, and you already have. You've borrowed $10 million. You've committed future councils' budgets. You've got street work going on out there that was approved by 2 or 3 councils ago that you're responsible for. I don't know where this argument came from that you can't do phases, can't commit future.
I didn't say we could.
You did. You
I
said
just
you
said,
can't
I
commit
just
to-
said it would have to be phased. Do you hear
Well,
me?
you said you can't commit future councils. You already have. And they've done it ever since the town has been created. I mean, that's a false argument that we shouldn't be considering in this discussion.
Right.
Lee, I have to disagree with you about we cannot bind future councils. There was a council who sat here who almost stopped the stormwater project mid-phase.
But they couldn't.
So, yes, they almost did. They almost voted.
The money was there.
We borrow money in phases. We can stop borrowing at any time. A future council could, and that's one thing I want everybody to understand. I'm in favor of phasing, but I want everybody to understand that a future council could stop the project in its tracks. And that's something you need to think about when you're electing future council people, et cetera.
Yeah, when you're considering electing future council people. It's been done since the beginning of this town, Roxanne. One council passes on to future councils, budgets, restrictions, budget, money borrowed. It happens all the time. You've passed on to future councils $10 million that they have to pay off.
We have not yet
That
borrowed
can't
that.
change. The
We
bank's
have-
not gonna let future councils
We
change
have
that.
not yet borrowed that money. We're going to
No.
borrow it in pieces. We have not borrowed that money yet.
You have 3 years left of this council. Surely we can get a lot done in 3 years in phasing. This council, 3 years, phasing. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the money we can raise. Let's talk about doing this plan instead of finding excuses why we can't. This is a good plan. The people of Fort Myers Beach deserve this plan.
No one's finding excuses not to do the plan. No one's doing that.
Oh, I think so.
No, you're telling us that, Lee. Now, we'll bring it back to the council. And you want to start us off here? Well, first of all, before we get underway here, I'm just going to ask my fellow council members, if we agree that the number we're working with right now is $5.5 million. Is that the number we're working with at the present time? If it's not, tell me, and we'll work with something else. Is that our budget? What we have now?
That's my understanding, yes.
That's your understanding, Jim?
It is my understanding, but it's been a little bit obfuscated by the fact that we've found an additional $1 million in reserve funds for the Times Square project, which could, assuming the will of the council is such, be applied to this particular project. And I don't think we've formally had a debate about that, but in fairness to you, Mr. Mayor, that was certainly the number that was put forward, 5.5 million.
And Mr. Mayor, I think it's important to mention that the proposed project that's out there as of right now, at the 30%, is still far over that 5.5 million. So the money that's brought up in some of these questions, I feel it's best if we just go through 1 through 9, question by question. And some of these questions will come up as we go along, so we're not bouncing back and forth. But to speak on that, I think that people are forgetting that this current plan that you see at the 30% is already well over the 5.5 million. So we're not talking about cutting things away. We're talking about trying to get started what is actually presented today. It would be my recommendation that we go through the questions that they put time and effort into to ask us specifically 1 through 9, and as questions arise, we can answer them then.
No, we can do that. If we're agreeing as a council that the number is 5.5, and that's where the focus should be. What can we get going in this project now for $5.5 million?
And just to also clarify something that Jim said, we did have a discussion about when we first were talking at a council meeting, I think this is when you were not around for, Ray, about the 1.5 million that's being pulled out of the loan. I suggested that money would.
Sorry, Bill, I didn't hear that.
About the $1.5 million that was being pulled out of the loan, because of the issue with us renting out that space and getting income from it that didn't qualify for the loan. And the question was asked when Rexanne was sitting in for you, that does that mean we have more money now for the projects, which is more money in the loan? And I thought there was consensus at that meeting to say that, no, we're still a $10 million project overall.
And it wouldn't be fair to the other projects to start throwing money off of those yet until those plans are solidified. So now they've been scaled back already in our discussions, and it's conceivable that something could become available, but you can't guarantee that just yet. Anyhow, that being said,
Can I?
Did I say one thing?
I just wanted to, you may, just for further clarification, I think this is trying to be helpful. We originally had a $10 million loan document before us, and because of some issues with the loan requirements, we had to find an additional $1 million to deal with the Times Square improvement project. Roger found an additional $1 million from our reserves, which you can look at it two ways. You can say that means we only need to borrow 9 million because the Times Square project has now been reduced by $1 million because we added $1 million in reserve funds. Or you could say we still have a line of credit to borrow 10 million with the additional $1 million from the town reserve. So it's just whatever the will of the council is. And we now have some flexibility should we choose to add an additional $1 million to the pot, if that's the will of the council. I think that's all we're discussing. That came up while you were we were unable to attend the meeting where we were discussing the $10 million loan. I think that's where part of the confusion is. I think it was just 1 million, not 1.5. Correct me if I'm wrong, Roger. But I think that was the one of the dynamics that's in play here today.
There's a third option, Councilman. You can direct that $1 million to Bay Oaks. It's a third option.
Talking about, yeah.
But you said either go to 9 million or direct that million back to the reserves. You can also direct it to Bay Oaks.
That's what I meant, Lee. I meant to say we could direct it to Bay
All right.
Oaks. Yeah.
So can I say something?
Please, I'm sorry. Yeah.
The phases, the reason it's kind of important is, and we want to get started right away, but the plan that Roger showed us, doesn't allow for a lot of the phases that we wanted. And I know we're not even dealing with that plan right now, but we do have to consider with the budget and everything, if we're gonna put this thing here in a few years when we want to expand the phase, are we gonna be able to do that? So the phases are, rather important to starting, because we can't just start and then have the amphitheater thrown on the back of the building when we want it to be standing. So it is an important, it's, we can say, let's just get started and start this, but we have to, there's other aspects to look at. And, of course I understand there's a budget. There's a budget for everything. The thing was, we want it to be worked with before it was just cut down to this small little, small project that, we wanted to, have it different. So, a lot of things need to be considered before we can just say, oh, we're just going to start. The phases, that's why it's brought up. It's not being brought up just to have another issue brought up. It actually goes with the whole thing.
And Holly, just on a point of that, because you understand though the risk of is if you say we're going to build it this way so we can have future expansion, and if part of future expansion is this amphitheater, you may never get the amphitheater,
Okay.
or you're
and-
going to delay it for a very long time.
And that's with everything. I understand that. There's always a risk to everything. I mean, we can talk about the negatives all day. We can live in reality. This is reality. And we can say, we can go to the negative or we can go to the positive. They're both equal.
And I think,
So saying that there's room, maybe, we can do, like it said, raise more money. Maybe it'll be used more. Maybe people will see, oh, wow, this is,
before we get too caught up in the phasing debate, I think even the plan that Roger put forward, the most recent plan, that's a phased plan.
it
That's,
doesn't allow for a lot of the things we want to
no,
do.
no, I appreciate that, but this concept of whether we can do phasing or not, the plan that the town put forward is a phased plan because it doesn't touch the exercise facility. It leaves that for a later day.
But it left out a lot of things that we wanted.
No, you're missing my point. My point is that the plan that was just recently put forward is a phased plan. So the concept of phasing is absolutely possible. And I think everybody acknowledges that. So I think there's really no need to debate that at this point. Now, how we phase it is the big question. That's the question you're raising, and that's a
Yes.
fair point. But
That's
I
the
think we can
question.
get past this, whether we can phase or not. It is fair to say that we can't bind future councils, but that's no reason not to move forward and do phasing. It's just something to be aware of as we think about how to prioritize our phasing.
Hold on a second, Lee. Let me finish. Are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Chairman Simpson, I want to ask you a question. Do you have a list of priorities that you'd like to begin? If you had this $5 million today, what would your list of priorities be to start this project? Is there such a list the council can consider?
Our
I'll give you
original
a few minutes to
plan.
think about it, Betty, if you want.
Yeah,
I don't want to put you on the spot, but you know what I'm saying?
exactly. And I just think that it's so important for us to keep this communication going. And we aren't all going to agree on everything, and we don't have to. But we need to try to move forward by getting that first step. And I think that as a committee, we were convinced that we had a great plan. And I think it goes without saying that we did. However, was pretty ambitious. And all those ambitions cost money. And I think that we're well aware of that. For us to be able to have that original plan, and of course, this kind of goes back to what we were told in the very beginning. It was my understanding that we were going to be able to build a building for $1 million, maybe 2 million. We were not aware of all the other things that are going to go into that. And so we felt pretty comfortable in saying that we wanted 2 buildings. That was really important to us. Whether we could have those a little smaller, it's hard to say. I mean, those are all things that, questions that we also had. Then when that other plan came up, I think that we were a little brokenhearted. I mean, what happened to all of our ideas? And but that's kind of water under the bridge right at this point. I just think it's so important for us to be able to try to get on one page, we can work together. We've come a long way, as the old saying goes. And I don't want us to lose that momentum. We can possibly work together and talk about the things that are really important. So,
Well, it's 9:30. We've got another half an hour of this meeting.
right,
What I'm looking for is for your priorities that you would want to get going on this project to present to the council, then the council can hash all that out and decide which way they want to go. That's what I'm looking for.
Ray,
That's not, I don't think that's unreasonable.
Beth is trying to get you.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's okay. I was letting you finish. I believe that part of the reason that it's difficult to come up with that list is not knowing what the cost for the various items might be. We know we're working with 5.5 million. And we know that this is X dollars, this is X, this is X. And we know which ones that we can maybe give and take from, or which one we can decide which ones are more important to us as a group, because we would know which ones we can actually accomplish. Right now, we may like this, these 3 items or 4 items or what have you, but if only one of those would fit into the budget, then it's moot.
Well, I think we're gonna have a hard time costing out the job here today at this meeting, but again, I'll say it again, if we have the list of what you deem is most important first, and we can see if it works within this budget, why then council will consider that, and if they're in agreement, then we'll proceed that way.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, maybe I can help shed a little bit of light on this. I have been involved in this since the very beginning. And if we all remember how it started was just had ideas out there of what we'd like to see incorporated into the Bay Oaks, what wasn't being accomplished, what we'd like to see accomplished based on information that we received from the public and as well as BORCAB and council. All that was thrown into a pot. And I think none of us expected it to get as far as it's gotten right now. So I think that's great. But at the very beginning, everybody had ideas of what they'd like to see with passive, recreation, a fitness trail, things like that. Allison and her team took all that information, put it into the pot, understood the budget that we had given them, tried to give them as many things that were on that list as possible, be able to make it work for everyone. I think we all agree that building what we'd love to see would be great, but it's going to take money. The current plan does have feasibility. I think it's pretty clear everybody's in favor of doing that. My question would be not so much as what's most important as to, of the plan that's proposed right now, what services do you feel are not being provided in the original list that we discussed 3 years ago and 2 years ago? My opinion, I think Allison and her team have done a very good job of taking what we gave them and trying to fit it within a very small budget. Now, there's still things that are not included in there, and I would like to know from the committee what you feel is not being incorporated into what Allison feels is servicing the most top priorities that were given to her and her staff.
Well, I understand what you and Ray are asking for, okay? And regarding Councilman Adderholt's discussion on the building, we've already made, um, I think we've already essentially given you priorities. We gave you a unanimous vote of this committee that it was our opinion, it's the wrong building. We begin now with talking about the wrong building. That building is inadequate. That building is inadequate for the future. It's nothing even near what we had planned. It's not the kind of building that's going to attract people. I believe Councilman Veach talked at the last council meeting about how we don't get much turnout at Bay Oaks. There's a good reason for that. You're not giving them much in the way of facilities. We're trying to give them facilities. And and we've said, and we've voted unanimously a couple of times, that's the wrong building, Councilman. So right at the beginning here, right at the start, we have a problem. We have a problem between what your advisory board gave you and what's been given to you, and you obviously are considering going with now. It's the wrong building.
Again, I'll raise the question. What in this 13 or 14,000 square foot building and the existing gymnasium is not falling within what the committee would like to see as far as recreational facilities that would attract more people?
Something a lot nicer than the building that's been presented to the council. It's
things, and I hear some disagreement on council, so I just want clarification. Is council actually saying that it is possible to phase this project? I need to get some confirmation about that.
I would say it's
I
possible.
think we
It's
agree.
possible. So Roxanne disagrees.
No,
She just-
no,
she just
no.
said she agrees.
I said, I agree that phasing is possible, but I wanted to strongly warn everybody the things that were said earlier. If you phase it, eventually a future town council may say, no, we're not building your amphitheater. If you put that in a phase down the road, you're gambling is all. I just want to strongly warn you that. I'm in favor of phasing the project.
Okay,
I'll
okay,
just,
great.
I'll just say quickly too, that I don't think that means that we open up the pocketbook, because I heard Betty say that they want 2 buildings.
Mhm.
2 separate buildings is more expensive than 1 building that's larger. That's also harder to staff. You got 2 entrances. So that's something you may want, but if that is a very expensive option, is it something you still want? Same thing I think with the amphitheater, and that if you could have an amphitheater now that's attached to the building, and if you looked at the latest designs, these are not the same we got at our last meeting. They've certainly developed what the amphitheater would look like more on the building. It's much less expensive, my understanding, to build it on the side of a structure, plus you can leverage the facilities that are there. So it's a way to get most of what you want for less money. And those are the kind of compromises I think that really have to be made to get, like Dan has been pointing out, the services we want, or the most economical way possible.
And I hear what you're saying. I understand the consolidated plan for all practical purposes for that budget makes sense on that utilitarian level. But to Lee's point, is it inviting? Is it really serving our needs? In my opinion, that athletic center and that community building will house very different activities, which we want. And it's not just for kids and adults. It's because the kids will use community building and the adults will use the athletic center. So it's not a question of putting one in one wing and one in the other in this consolidated plan. So if phasing is possible, which sounds really great, I'm all for that. Question is, do we go with what DRMP originally designed for the eliminating the Welcome Center, for example, talking about priorities, and keeping these 2 buildings, the separate community center, gathering place, and the athletic center, and having these separate amphitheater, which is another thing we voted on unanimously as a recommendation to you all. So, and again, I think the kids, didn't they want the separate ball fields? And that was something that the kids wanted. And that's not the case in this consolidated plan. So my priority would be to do the community center as a separate building, the athletic center as a separate building, and have the amphitheater as a separate building, and the rest of it can actually go, like the fitness trail, I'm sure, would fit into the 5.5 million, as we've all discussed. So we're not really talking so much about the, the parking or the ancillary amenities, like the clay tennis court, which we know is a very important part for our community to be able to provide. This plan in phases is what we want. Now, the consolidated plan, which is what you were presented with last October, does not allow for the kind of phasing this one does. If you can look at this as a overall concept plan, and I thought DRMP did an incredibly beautiful job in taking all of the things that we wanted and putting that in a very attractive plan that services everybody's needs. My fear is that this plan, this consolidated plan, actually does not provide us with what we want, not now and not later. It doesn't allow for the kind of separate amphitheater as integrated. It will actually then be an afterthought. And this just doesn't allow for phasing as much as this does. The conversation in August was that, yes, these could be phased in, which this plan could do. Then the idea of phasing then sort of dropped off of the conversation. So now that I know that that's back on, I would like to go back to the separate buildings. And I hear what Bill's saying. It is obviously more expensive. If there's a way that we could, make it less so. There are curved buildings here I saw, and again, that's a concept plan based on how beautiful it is. If money were no object, I'd like for all of that to be developed just as the architect has designed. But if there are some cost efficiencies that we're dealing with, and that allows for two separate buildings and a more. What's that? Anyway, that allows for, cost efficiencies, then I'm happy to revisit the cost of the building. So that's just my thought.
Barbara,
Thank you, Barb.
if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
The the late plan that they have out there does leave room for expansion. Yeah, I believe it's the north side of the building
We haven't seen.
is constructed. Well, no one has seen it because it hasn't been developed yet, but the building is being designed so that expansion to that building to add a second building can happen in a different phase. And then there was talk about a third potential phase of redoing the gym. So the phasing has always been talked about, and I think we're all in agreement that phasing can happen. Again, I keep going back to, I would like to hear from the committee, what in this current plan, whether it's designed the way or built the way it is now or a little bit different later, what's not being covered as far as services that the community and the committee feel are needed. And that could be a discussion then that we can have as to, do we have to increase the size of the building? Do we have to separate it into two buildings? That's kind of where I'm stuck at.
Well, I think getting back to the idea of these separate ball fields, that was a priority for the kids. And if that's what our community wants, that's what we should be getting. The other thing is we don't want a second-rate amphitheater. We want a first-rate amphitheater. And so, this consolidated plan does not provide for the optimum placement of a separate amphitheater. It was always designed with the idea that the amphitheater would be somehow attached, which I think is short-sighted.
And I can understand that. And I was one that was very vocal about having an amphitheater. I wasn't so much whether it was separate. I never really gave any thought about it being incorporated into an existing building. Now that I'm seeing some of the benefits that could come from it versus some of the things, just money, the amount of money of building an external one or a standalone one versus one that could be very state of the art attached to a building. There's a lot of money that could be put into potentially future phases or adding more amenities or more services to what we already have that we're talking about doing. So I'm trying to look at it from both spectrums. I understand it would be perfect to build this entire facility the way that you guys put it. It's a great design. I'm not going to argue that. But we're also stuck with other things that we have to deal with that are going on in the community that we have to be financially conservative about and try to get as much of it as we can for everybody as much, so that everybody can get a little bit of something. As the chairman mentioned, we don't want to go backwards. We don't want this to turn into another sterile lighting project that goes on for years and years and years and nothing happens. We want to see this move forward. And as you and I have spoken on the phone, and I've spoken with some of you on the phone about it, it's similar to Lover's Key. They started raising money, they started bringing things out of the ground, and now people are getting behind it. So when people start to see progress, they start to get involved more. Maybe the Friends of Bay Oaks comes back to life, and now more and more money comes in. Within 3 years, we can have what everybody wants. I think we have to keep focused on what we can get now and not go backwards and start all over. That's my biggest fear of this entire thing, is that we're gonna get stalled out and we're gonna go backwards and we're not gonna get anything.
So Betty, Barb put forth a list of priorities for what's, how we're gathered here today. Is that the consensus of the rest of your board?
Would say yes,
Anybody else could agree with
Pretty
that?
much.
Nod heads?
consensus.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
then you've done your job. Done your job. And, we have to go forward from there.
Could I ask for, based upon what you just said and what Barbara said, could I ask for additional clarification of this? In your three phases, Barbara, would you prioritize 1, 2, 3 versus the active, passive versus amphitheater? How would you prioritize those within what you said earlier?
Everyone else's point about, and especially what Holly said about the idea that we have to excite the community about what this master plan provides, just like you saw when the entire Estero Boulevard was going to be planned. You have, the excitement in the communities, oh my God, this is what it's going to look like when all of these phases are done, rather than trying to put everything into one building. I don't personally like that consolidated building because it's one huge institutional building that requires people to be both active and passive within the same building. I understand there are two sections, but there's that one central unit, which isn't exactly what we were hoping for. This was the disconnect. So if we're going to be able to do phases, the idea of doing priorities, which, I mean, of course, we all want it tomorrow. Let's build the community. I know that Lee Melsick, for example, really wants that community center gathering place. And I think that is something that's really lacking in our plan right now. We do have the gym. We can live with that for another couple of years, perhaps. And then that would be where the athletic center is, with the idea that if the community sees this community building based on the original concept plan built and say, look, this is what we have been able to accomplish, and look what we're going to be able to do next. And next, we're going to put the amphitheater in, we're going to put top quality sound and lighting systems in so that concerts can be held on the ball fields, which are separate. And then the community gets excited, the grants get written, the funding comes as a result of the Friends of the Arts, the Friends of the Bay Oaks. So going back to the original concept plan, I think would be the best way, rather than this consolidated plan, which doesn't really accomplish any of the things that we all want.
Within the original concept plan, if you were to prioritize, you'd say the community center would come first,
I would.
then the active, or the amphitheater next, then the active piece of the community centers third?
Probably, I mean, I think the community center, the athletic center, and then the amphitheater third.
That's helpful. All right, thank you.
Have it phased.
What we don't want to do is just slab it together, and then have it be a waste of money because it's not even anything the community wants to go to or enjoy. So I understand budget and I understand getting things done like right away, but that's why we're here to talk about that, is we want to have something this money is going to go towards and be useful for the community. So.
Good luck, Betty.
Hi, Betty.
Thank you, all of you.
Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
I'd like to build on ideas that both Dan and Barbara have been talking about the building community excitement, which I think is very important. And one thing that I think I've mentioned before and like to emphasize today, we bought that piece of property to open up from Estero Boulevard some time ago, and that still hasn't occurred. I would love to see us make that the phase one. And let's get that open. Let's decide what that's going to look like so that people do start going back there and seeing what's going on, because I think it will make a difference.
Absolutely. And
I-
we do have that plan integrated into that original concept plan where that would be an entrance into Bay Oaks, that piece of property. And of course, that property is sort of what started the conversation, but absolutely agree with you. So
That would be a logical place to start the whole thing.
Yeah, but we haven't mentioned that, so I just wanted to get it out there. I'd love to see us really move forward on that strongly.
I think though, you got to make sure that it doesn't, whatever you decide on and build there doesn't constrain you going forward with what you're going to.
Understood.
Originally, I think in the plan, that entrance that you're referring to was a welcome center. And it would turn, original plan called for 3 buildings, and I think we've gotten away from the welcome center and just come into that administrative building, but all of it can be done as an open entry concept so people know that it's there. So we went from 3 to 2, the administration and the athletic. But the whole idea was to open up from Estero Boulevard to get in there so people understood what was going on. And I think what also has happened too with this 30% plan, everything was like consolidated in it. So fear of everything was made smaller. The athletic portion was made smaller. It didn't even exist really. The rooms were made smaller. Now, we wanted more of an open plan, like a bigger room so that we don't outgrow it in another 5 to 7 years, but that we can take that. And if we're still using the gym for the athletic, that's fine. There's still maybe 5 to 7 years left conceptually on that building. Not to squeeze everything in, to keep it open, to keep the square footage that we wanted, and then go on to phase 2.
And a comment to that, Karen, I know, somebody who's been to Bay Oaks and participated in some of the programs. I mean, that's what we have now with the gym as an open plan. And when you're trying to do yoga when someone else is doing Zumba,
Right.
it's not very effective. I think that, and I'm just in a couple of points, I understand what you're saying, but there's a couple of efficiencies I think that we're really missing here that I think that Allison's plan really addressed. And one is that having multiple buildings means you have multiple entrances and you need staff to control all those entrances if they're going to be useful. And you have a campus with buildings that are spread out around it instead of a central location. I look at the design that came, this consolidated design, and I see some efficiency with having one main building in the center of the campus. It's easier for the staff to manage a campus, and also the thing missing with the smaller classes, you can do these things, you can have seniors doing something and you can have kids somewhere in separate wings of the building. And allow them to be contained instead of having, say, the kids much having the entire gym to themselves and having to close that off. I think that a lot of the things that Dan talked about, a lot of the facilities and the programs that you could have that you don't have now come from this building. I also think that it's important to look at this from a budgetary standpoint, saying just, I want A, B, and C. Having 2 buildings cost you half an amphitheater. You still want 2 buildings over 1 building. If having a standalone amphitheater means you can't have a community center, how do you pick that? And again, with Dan said, I've seen the idea with this design that it can be expanded. I think that the existing gym has a lot more life to it than maybe some people are saying, because it's essentially cinder blocks. They have a new floor. You can put a roof on it. It's not like a car, which is getting miles on it, which is wearing out. It's still, as far as having a big volume of space, that's in air conditioning for things like pickleball. I haven't seen any of these designs that replicate that space.
Well, actually, we spent a lot of time looking into all of that. We have very clear um, guidelines in terms of what function will be happening in what building. And I do recall staff saying that, currently we have a variety of town facilities under our Parks and Rec. And so there is the pool, for example, and then there's the gym, and then there's the cottages, Seven Seas Cottages, which is also part of the Parks Department. And Allison doesn't really have a problem with how that all works because, we have, the technological abilities now to be able to do a lot of work remotely. And so we talked about the fact that that wasn't really necessarily going to be a deal breaker. Now, if you wanted to have one consolidated building, I would venture to say that this has to be totally redesigned simply because it really would allow for a much larger, the fuselage, I believe is the word that Roger used about, having those two wings more separate than they currently are. And I guess I have a question with regard to this consolidated 30% plan. Where on this plan does it show that you can actually put a separate amphitheater? I don't see it. I don't see, if we do it as phase 3, where that goes.
Yeah, and I would, and again, I would argue about the expense, and it's not just the expense of building a separate amphitheater. It's planning the entire system around a separate amphitheater. And I know you all voted to something you want, but when I look at this design, I look at the amount of money we're spending compared to the usage we're getting. Well, number one, I appreciate that an amphitheater is probably one of the biggest things we're putting in here that can attract more visitors as a single entity. But I also see it as a potentially the biggest white elephant, something you put a lot of money in that it doesn't get the use to justify it. And it's just that.
Barbara, I'm looking at this, the 30%. You know the road that goes down between the two ball fields now, that goes back to the gymnasium. Do you just imagine that line there by that small baseball field?
Where the tennis court, where the bocce courts are, is that? what
Yeah,
you're
so
saying?
to the left of that is kind of where the dividing line is between where maybe a potential second or third phase would come into play. Oh, if you were to
Then
take
that-
off the amphitheater off the building, there's a lot of space in there to be able to facilitate another gymnasium, that ball field, and an outdoor amphitheater. I'm not so concerned with the space. I understand you don't get to see it on here, but there's quite a bit of space here that could fit both of those in future phasing.
Okay.
And based on what you were saying with phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, how you'd maybe like to see things, I would urge you not to worry so much about the space, even though we can't see it physically drawn there. There's plenty of space to be able to add everything that would be included in those two other phases. So I guess for me, I would like to know from the committee as we go forward and discuss this, if eliminating the amphitheater from that building and it frees up maybe a little bit of money that could go into other facilities and potentially other phases, is that something that the committee is willing to forego in the hopes that future councils or future phases will include a standalone amphitheater?
What I would like to see, because obviously this isn't, it's not gaining traction with council, which is the original concept plan, nor does this meet our needs as board cab members. Might there be an opportunity for DRMP to go back and say, I know we don't want to digress, but to go back and to your point, say, all right, let's look at a phased plan, but in the plan, show us, do the drawing that shows us, even in the 30% design phase, where that amphitheater will go, where the fitness center will go, where the athletic center will go. What will it look like when that gymnasium comes down? And how will that be phased in? So redraw this plan is my point and incorporate all the things that are on our list from this morning.
I think from the start, that's what we wanted, was not just take our plan and just this. Just let us be a part of it, be a part of the change. That was what we wanted from the start. And now we're backtracking and we do have to sometimes rehash things because that's how you move forward. You know, so we do have to, I mean, that's where the, if you want to call it upset came from. The plan that was presented was just kind of taken and there was no input from anybody.
Well,
as
you know,
to-
there's a difference between rehashing and going over it again and finger pointing.
There's no finger pointing
There's
going
been
on.
plenty of finger pointing, and I've gotten emails about it and letters and so forth. There's been plenty of it. And that's what I said at the beginning. We're not here to litigate those matters. We're not here to litigate it. If we want to discuss these improvements and so forth, that's what we're here to do. Okay?
That's what we're saying. We'd
Mayor,
like
I
to
have
be
a
a part of
question.
it.
Oh, can I?
It's 10 o'clock. We're going to wrap it up here.
Okay, as we move forward now and ask, I believe, your committee, advisory committee to move forward, there's a very significant question that's gone unanswered today. I'm going to take you back to it. It's my impression that we are now locked in to the 5.5 million. That's it. We were told by the town manager that as much, somewhere between 1 million and 1.5 million must come off of Times Square, a bank regulation or whatever. We're also told that there may be as much as 500,000, maybe less, come out of Bayside. We were told this. So there's 1.2 million, 1.3 million, plus another, let's say 3. There's almost $2 million there. It may not be used on these other two projects. The question is, will this council, I think to go forward, your committee needs to know this. How much money are we dealing with? Will you put that money to Bay Oaks? You put the money that can't or won't be used at the other two projects to the Bay Oaks project, increasing its budget when we get together again and look at the community center. That's the question that's out there that I think we have to begin with.
You want to answer that?
I think we've talked about it before, and in my money, one thing about taking money from the reserves, putting it towards this project, to me, I'm uncomfortable with it. I'm a very frugal kind of guy, both in my personal life, and I like to see that in government too. Now, if grants come along, and secure grants for things, then that definitely is something that just increases that budget in my mind. But taking money from other projects to put it all towards Bay Oaks, which is already taking the lion's share of this budget, I'm uncomfortable with.
Anyone else?
Well, again, I go back to what I said at the beginning, that whether you like what's out there now or what's not out there now, it's still over the original budget of 5.5. But I don't want to assume that the money that could be left over from Times Square will go to that. I wouldn't be opposed to doing that. I want to see us get as much as we can out of that within the budget that we're already working within. The $10 million, however it could spread out, whatever needs what. There's also, as we've talked about, grants that could become available that could add to that budget, Lee, that until we get going, we can't even apply for.
Okay, is the town going to actively and aggressively seek grants? We don't know that.
My understanding, that with talking with staff, that is the plan.
Okay, this is how we know.
I've heard the same thing.
Well, it seems to me
I
there's a
said
lot
the
of things
same
we
thing
don't know,
earlier.
Mayor, and we need to know. You're
Right.
asking us to go forward, and that's very difficult for us. We don't know what we're dealing with. We don't know how much money we may have. Now, if we don't know when the process for the grants is going to begin, there's a whole lot of questions here that we have a tough time with going forward. I do anyway.
You know today, you've got 5.5 million or whatever's left of that. You know that today. You know that. And then going forward, if other funds become available that we can pluck, I would vote in favor of that, Leroy. I would vote in favor of that. So if that happens, and I've been assured that the town is actively pursuing these grants and so forth. And as I stated earlier, nothing creates more excitement than a project that has started. And once the project starts, and these grantors see that there is a viable project, they're more inclined to grant. And, but it takes the activity to get going to start the process. And that's what I would encourage, getting it going. It's now 10:05. I want to thank you all for this discussion this morning. And Vice Chair, do you want to put a final dot on the I here?
I will be happy to, and I want to thank all of the council members for being very diligent in terms of, coming to a conclusion where we can move forward. I think we're definitely on the right path, maybe redesigning the 30% plan to allow for all of those things to happen and then have all of that discussed as part of a phasing is definitely something. The idea that you were already looking for grant opportunities, but to your point, there actually can be nothing going until the project actually starts, to your point. So I'm happy about that information, and I think we've had a very productive meeting today. And again, thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you for all, again, please, thank you for all your work. If I seem a little abrasive, it's just because every fight needs a referee, and that happens to be me. So, thank you again, and
And
God
like I
bless all
say
your
too,
work.
don't confuse discussion and even disagreement with disrespect. I appreciate the time everyone's put into it and keeping the lines of communication open.
Move to adjourn?
Is there a second?
Second.
For, all in favor?
Aye.
10:06. Thank you.
to work together as a unified team as we listen politely to others' point of view, celebrate our diversity despite our differences, and boldly steward Fort Myers Beach towards a bright and healthy future as we work together on our shared mission.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the approval of the final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
I'd like to move to approve the final agenda with two modifications. My understanding is that items C and D were not adequately advertised under public hearings and have to be delayed to a future date. So I'd move to approve without those two items.
Very good.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? The objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is public comment.
First person I have is Phil Winter.
Winter, a resident since 2004. I'm not a consultant and I'm not an engineer, but on Estero Boulevard, had a meeting with retired Captain Matt Powell, the new captain of the island, about Estero Boulevard. The new project at the Times Square will help with traffic. But the traffic going northbound needs help. Myself and both captains agree there is two traffic lights, one at Crescent Street and one down by Kia Estero Shopping Center. Beach Crosswalk was put on time control. 1 minute to cross the boulevard and 5 minutes for traffic to move. I was told full-time deputies, no off-duty deputies, to handle the matter only with citations for those that jaywalk. Previous mayors and council members have liked the idea. But the time goes on, maybe the next decade, maybe it will happen. Sidewalks. Sidewalks from Crescent Street to Lovers Lane have been put in for about approximately 4 years. There's no communication or signs in the concrete saying what's allowed to be on the sidewalk. It has been on the sidewalk, postal trucks, golf carts, gas-powered scooters, etc. Captain Hinterick told me that they can't be caught because the patrol vehicles are stuck in traffic. That can be resolved by using motorcycles, deputies, or bicycle deputies. Maybe in the next decade, maybe it could happen. Amen.
Thank you.
Ollie Coonan.
It's all right, Ollie, just
Talk.
talk, just speak.
My name's Ollie Curran, and I have been on Fort Myers Beach for 47 years. And I used to be here all the time, but now my kids have grown. One has going into heaven. And what I am here for is for the children of Fort Myers Beach. Because I was here last time, I don't know when, they were talking about Bay Oaks, and no one has talked about children. Now I'm raising my granddaughter, she's 10. And she's a Bay Oaks, and we love Bay Oaks. We, me, my friends, we actually were very much building Bay Oaks, the pool, the beach, school, and all that stuff. I want to be so clear to all your panel that we do have children on the beach. And if we have more children on the beach, and more things for the children on Bay Oaks, we will have more children on the beach. And I know I have a business, my salon hair, etc., at Seagrape Plaza. I have all kinds of families coming here on vacation, and they look, well, what can we do? And I send them to Bay Oaks, I send them to the pool. We build the pool for the children. I want, please, to emphasize that children is so important on this island, more than us old people. When I came here 47 years ago, I was the young. Now I'm the old one. Okay, so but I'm a mother again, and it's so passionate to me that we need to keep Bay Oaks afloat for the children. And I'm going to say something too. When it was 2 months ago, we had soccer, and I was very involved. I've always been involved with soccer. It's from the old country thing, and we can even get enough nets to have the children to practice in Fort Myers Beach fields, because we didn't have enough nets for the bigger kids. And we used to have games that the kids come from Pagefield or whatever they were coming to the beach. Now we don't have games on the beach. We don't have, the soccer games. So please think about the children of this island, because we do not want to be like the dinosaur goat island with just old people. I know that people love pickleball and all that, because I have them on my salon and I love them. But we need things for the children, and that's what I'm here, very passionately. Okay, thank you so
Ollie.
much.
I'm gonna call the newspaper, Ollie. It's gonna be the headline tomorrow. Ollie Curran says, have more children on the beach.
Jane Plummer.
My name is Jane Plummer, for the record. I'm representing a property on the south side of Tropical Shores Way that was purchased in 1995. There was no exceptions given to that deed. It has permits from the town of Fort Myers Beach for a seawall of 75 feet in 2002, a boat lift in 2005, a wooden dock in 2005, a replacement for the dock in 2011, and a second boat dock or lift in 2011. Since I've taken this listing, this property, I have received a document from a realtor that represents Mr. Perlman that has submerged land on this canal. This communication comes with a disclosure that states, 1, was not authorized by an attorney, 2, should not be relied upon by legal advice, 3, is not intended for legal advice, 4, was authored by individuals who currently possess ownership interest in the property and wish to promote and sell this property. Interestingly enough, the owner is an attorney, and my understanding has done the same thing on the other coast and is doing it in Cape Coral along with Fort Myers Beach. Town, by its own actions over the years, has given permits for seawalls, docks, boat lifts. They're now denying these people the right to repair or get a permit to replace or put in a new one. The law firm of Henderson and Franklin represented another property on the same side of the canal and has found that the docks were lawfully located in the canals and private property and cannot be sold as an accessory to the submerged land. The canal is a navigable waterway. The easement is valid and binding to these property owners to enjoy all rights granted therein. Docks, lifts have been placed and used by the owners in title for longer than the prescriptive period of Florida law. Easement, originally granted in 1959 and recorded in the public record of Lee County, Florida, grants easement over the canal to benefit all present and future owners any portion of Lot 33 of PT Hills subdivision, and conveys to all present and to all future owners perpetual and exclusive easement to the right to enter thereon and to use the same navigable canal and waterway. These easements run with the land and cannot be extinguished without consent of the dominant landowner. Full enjoyment grants granted, including rights to construct docks, piers, are reasonably necessary to wharf out into the navigable waterway. The easement runs from Estero Boulevard, the waters of Otsego Bay, and to have it hold the same as navigable canal and waterway signed and sealed in January 2nd, 1959. The realtor is asking the landowners to pay $6,000 plus on canals, $70,000 where the new fire station is supposed to go, and $100,000 to the bay front to use this canal. I'm asking the town council to give the town attorney to look at this easement and give these owners back the use of their property and let them get permits to improve and replace what has been permitted by the town of Fort Myers Beach. Given you the easement and the opinion of that.
Next.
Catherine Wallace.
Hi, my name is Catherine Wallace. I'm going to try to keep this thing on.
You don't have to, Catherine, it's up to you.
Okay, I need it. It's kind of like a teddy bear or something.
Okay, fine.
I'm on Denora Boulevard. Today, I'm wondering, if we as a town, also with you as our town council, do anything to help us get this vaccine? My house, there are two old people, including myself, one with compromised health. The county is now famous, as of this week, made Time magazine. First, Texas was mentioned briefly with a data entry problem, missing many healthcare workers getting the vaccine. And then, quote, health officials in Lee County, Florida, decided to do without an online appointment system and offer limited vaccines on a first come, first served basis, which prompted elderly people to wait overnight, come up to 7 hours to get their shots. Put up at 5:30 a.m. Too late. First, we were told, don't show up before 8 a.m. Actually, it's funny now. Actually, from 7 p.m. Tuesday night, December 29th, 9 a.m. Wednesday, when they started shots, that's 14 hours. Was at our Lakes Library, which today, or actually yesterday, on the front page of the news press. Vaccine is the huge solution to the COVID containment. For anything we can do, especially now, we're even more famous. Thank you.
No, I was going to bring this up under my items later on, but I might as well bring it up right now and talk about it. I've been in contact with County Commission Chairman Kevin Wayne for several weeks. We have a daily mayor's call with the county commissioner, a few other people. I brought this up to him a few weeks ago as to our community, as far as getting an allotment, getting some doses down here. I said, what can you do for the islands down here? Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, can have some locations down here where we can come and get our shots, so we don't have to clog the roads up going into Fort Myers and everything else, and it'll be more convenient particularly for our seniors. So I was assured by that he would be getting back with me soon regarding that. It's still in a flux, and he's right smack in the middle of all of it. But I'm expecting a call from him today, as a matter of fact, with some news about this. So hopefully there's something coming. I don't know when, how much, or whatever. But I've also had some discussions over the weekend with some different locations. One in particular, Father Adams down at the Church of the Ascension offered his parish hall down there as a site to disperse shots if we in fact get them one day. And I'm sure that there'll be other locations made available. They talked about firehouses and so forth. And I also asked the county commissioner, the chairman, what about shut-ins? Shut-ins, the people that we don't want to put out on the street. We don't want them standing in lines. They don't want to go out. He said, once the shots get down here and are available, then they'll send whoever those practitioners are, whoever's dispensing the shots, to those people once they have a list of them. So if anybody knows of those kind of people, legitimate shut-ins, not not somebody who wants to take the day off and stay home and is a shut-in, but legitimate shut-ins. And we'll assemble some sort of list and keep those people in mind. So that's where that's at right now. And so just bear with me because I have to bear with everyone else. And it's right down the line as the way this is going. Heads, state, county, town, way down here. So, but we're in the queue and hopefully something will happen here shortly. Amy, next.
I apologize. Yulia Detyar? If I didn't butcher it too bad.
I'm here to raise the question about the performer permits.
Sorry, I can't hear you. You're gonna.
I'm here to raise the question about performer permits on Times Square. So I know for a fact that one of the performers.
Still didn't hear you. What did you say? What limit?
Performer permit.
Street performance permit. You're gonna have to take your mask off. I can't hear you. There you go.
So one of the performers, I know for a fact, has 2 criminal backgrounds or 2 arrests in the past. And I had looked through the performer permit condition, and in the section 10192D state that whoever has criminal background is not to receive a permit. And I just wanted to make sure that I don't know how the town overlooked it when given the permit. And I've known there's been people in the past whose permits got denied, so I wanted to see the justice done, and also to ensure that everybody comes in the contact with the person safe, as I was one of the victims of on the beach.
We communicated via email, you and I? Okay. I think the staff has that, but thank you very much.
That's all I have
That's
signed
it?
up.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item is local achievements and recognitions. Start with you, Bill.
Right. I know this is kind of just tip of the iceberg for this, but as part of this, the Kiwanis Bench program, I've been in communication with the Kiwanis Club. I've attended a few of their meetings virtually, and I just want to recognize them for all the work they've done. I've been able to see it from the inside, all the programs they have. A great group of people, and again, reminding people I know everybody's shut in, but there's, volunteering in organizations like the Kiwanis or in our committees is a great way to meet some good people and to do some good works. So just a shout out to the Kiwanis and all they do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A little unorthodox this morning, but I think it's important. It's been some time since we've last met publicly, and since that time, activity's already begun at the legislature in Tallahassee, and of course, these last couple weeks, I'm sure many of our islanders have noticed the occasional red tide cough and a couple dead fish. Certainly nothing like 2018, but certainly enough of a reminder that we need to really stay focused on the broad structural changes that will help solve this problem. If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'll read just from a couple articles in the news press. It'll help keep folks up to speed at how much at risk a lot of these potential changes in infrastructure funding issues will impact our island. This is from the news press Monday, December 21st. Senator says she will stay the course to ensure completion. Reservoir project reviews mixed. And I go on to read, 3 days after Florida's Senate president said the state should stop building a reservoir meant to curb Lake Okeechobee discharges to the St. Lucia River and the Caloosahatchee River, Senator Gail Harrell maintained she will stay the course of the project. Harrell from Stewart said she will continue working to ensure completion of the Everglades Agriculture Area Reservoir under construction south of Lake Okeechobee since November 2018. Wilton said Simpson, who is, by the way, is the Senate president, his comments are worth watching, she told the TC Palm Friday, which is a news service. But I think those of us who are passionate about the river need to pay close attention and monitor what happens, she said. From a political standpoint, he is the president of the Senate and he does have great influence. You're so close, she said, to getting things accomplished. We need to absolutely stay the course and finish the southern storage, bring the STAs, stormwater treatment areas, which are marshes, and making sure that we have the southern storage available. As the March 2nd legislative session approaches, Harrell said she plans for her delegation to have conversations with Simpson about EAA's reservoir importance to South Florida, she said. Not only will it curb Lake O discharges to St. Lucia and Caloosahatchee, it will send clean water south to the thirsty Everglades National Park. To me, this is the number one issue on the Treasure Coast, she said. Senator Debbie Mayfield of Melbourne sounded less sure than Harold Friday. She said the legislature must cut expenses to offset the coronavirus pandemic's fiscal strain. Mayfield serves on the Appropriations Committee that decides the budget, as well as the Appropriations Subcommittee on Agriculture, Environment, and General Government. To remember, last session, we had a pretty tough fight, and there were already constraints on COVID, but the governor and the legislature, to their credit, kept full funding for the Everglades project. Just a little bit more currently, in the January 6th paper, there was an editorial board column, the South Florida Sun editorial board. It said, 20 years after the creation of the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, evidence is building that the ambitious effort will succeed. Consider two recent developments. This week, Governor Ron DeSantis reaffirmed his support for the reservoir south of Lake Okeechobee that will prevent damaging discharges to coastal estuaries and store water that the Everglades needs. Senate President Wilton Simpson last month called the project a mistake. DeSantis called it a top environmental priority. With this comment, DeSantis perhaps headed off any attempt, perhaps operative word, headed off any attempt by Simpson to cancel the project. Since South Florida Water Management District already has allocated money for the state portion, an adjacent treatment area, it's unclear what Simpson's might have done. Still, we welcome the governor's commitment. Other good news this week came from Washington. A spending bill that President Trump signed contains $250 million for Everglades restoration, an increase of $50 million from last year. In addition, the new Water Resources Development Act authorizes key projects in the Everglades restoration area that will ensure continued progress on the southern reservoir front. I just say that to recognize our public officials who are staying the course with respect to Everglades restoration and addressing some of the core clean water issues that we face on our island. And again, after these last 2 weeks of a little bit of wheezing and coughing and seeing a few dead fish, I think things are going to get better. But we need to be ever mindful of all the pressures that are going to be on the legislature this coming session, and that we need to be in contact with our state representative, our state senator, and any friends and neighbors around Florida to keep the pressure on, because there'll be a lot of competition for limited resources given the impact of the COVID issue on the economy of Florida. So stay the course, keep the faith, and for those who are continuing to fight for these key resources, I would just acknowledge them this morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Jim. When I went recently to the local Florida, our local delegation meeting in Fort Myers with all of our state reps and senators and so forth. That's certainly still at the top of the list with most of our people. I'm talking about our people. If you would keep in your thoughts and prayers, our own Senator Kathleen Pasadamo down in Naples has come down with the COVID, so she's down for the count for a while. But we'll remember her today. Yes, Mayor.
I believe at a prior meeting, Councilman Adderholt mentioned this book, which is about our mound house. At the time, I was unaware that more recognition was due. I learned after purchasing the book, which by the way, the author was there to sign for me, that the author, Patrick McKeon, who is a professional writer, volunteered to write this book for us. That certainly deserves a shout out. That someone would spend that amount of time. I know he had to do a ton of research, multiple drafts. Writing a book even of this size is no small feat. So I'd like to recognize him for that donation to the town. Second, I learned that the seed money to produce this book came from the Friends of the Mound House. Again, recognition is due to those folks, that organization, for making this happen, because this is an ongoing gift to the Mound House. It will be sold in our bookstore for years, used by many folks as a research tool. So I wanted to definitely recognize Patrick and the Friends.
Yes, indeed, and he's welcome to come and get a new picture of me anytime he wants. But anyhow, Dan.
At the risk of being redundant, I just want to take the time to thank Allison Geeson and her staff again for the amount of work and the BORCAB committee get us this far to the point where I think we can see something that'll be great for the island to have a community center that everybody hopefully can enjoy. I know it was a lot of work. There's been a lot of discussion, some disagreements, but I think at the end, their hard work will pay off and the island will be very, very happy for it. I'd also like to thank the Women's Club for allowing Santa Claus and his elf to put a tree in their Christmas tree festival that raised almost $500 for the Surfers for Autism group. So personally, I'd like to thank them.
Thank you. Okay, the next item is advisory committees. Anybody from an advisory committee here that we haven't spoken with already? No? The next item is approval of the minutes. We've got a M&P session and a town council. How about we start with the December 3rd, 2020 management and planning session? Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
I'd like to propose an amendment to those minutes on page 4, under agenda management. Manager Chutz is the project manager. It seems to imply that he's the town manager. When you just use the word manager, I think about Roger. So I'd like to say project manager Chutz. And with that, if no one else has an amendment, I'd move to approve those minutes as amended.
Second that.
Discussion? That'll be disappointed. Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next one is the minutes for the town council meeting of December 7th. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I have a couple of amendments to this on page 2 under local achievements and recognitions. It indicates that I recognize town council members, and that was not my intent. I was recognizing all of us, meaning all of the people of the town, for all that we've had to go through with the current pandemic. So if we could change that to all of the citizens of the town rather than the town council members. And on the next page 3, the vote to confirm Mayor Murphy, 3-2. I believe the 2 were Hossafras and Veach, not Adderholt and Veach. I believe Mr. Adderholt voted for Mayor Murphy. It has you as a dissenter.
I did not dissent. I did vote yes.
Notice that
Could
as well.
modify that.
Thank you for bringing that
And
up.
I move to approve with those 2 amendments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Any further discussion? Objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is the consent agenda. Unless someone wants to pull an item there.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, there's a
Second.
move and second. Discussion? I have one question. Is there anyone here from Friends of Bay Oaks?
I think there's only one member, Friends of Bay Oaks.
Okay, well, I couldn't let this go without saying thank you for the 18 grand, no matter how it got here. So thank you very much. And any other discussion? Any objection? Consent agenda is approved. Okay, we go into public hearings. First one is ordinance dash 1914, the public's CPD amendment. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, replacing Town of Fort Myers Beach Resolution 98-11 and amending the schedule of uses for public CPD, providing for revisions to conditions of approval and other clarifications as necessary, providing for severability, providing for conflicts of law, and providing for an effective date. This is the second and final hearing.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this item and the next item, the Matanzas matter, which are scheduled as public hearing, are both quasi-judicial in nature, and therefore it would be appropriate to swear in any witnesses who are going to testify as to both items.
Anyone who's going to testify in the public's hearing or the Matanzas Inn, please stand, raise your right hand, and take the oath.
You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Witnesses have been sworn with regards to the first item, the public CPD amendment. At this time, consistent with your rules of procedure, it would be appropriate for council members to disclose any ex parte communications you may have had.
Any ex parte?
Several drive-bys.
Visit.
I'm there every day.
Certainly there every day, and I did receive a couple of emails expressing concern about the project.
Yeah, I've been a visit there as well, and I've received the same emails, but they're all on public record.
Last but not least, we do have proof of publication, so the matter is properly before you on second reading for approval. Normally at this time, depending upon hire of the council, either the applicant or staff would go make their presentation at this point in time.
Good afternoon, or good morning, I'm Jason Green, Community Development. I'm going to kind of pick up where it left off. This was continued several times back, dating back to December of 2019. I know we've got some new council members. We've included the meeting minutes for that. But if you want to go backwards, we can kind of cover some of that. But where it actually left off, the council was mostly a conversation about, obviously, the liquor store and the square footage for that is what the request is. Really, it was driving a conversation about the access and to create better access for exiting the site, creating a turn so that traffic going northbound could turn right out of the site and keep that traffic flowing. So that's part of what the timeline last year has been public discussing that with Lee County. That's their right of way. They have provided a concept plan related to that. That'll have to be permitted, designed, finished, and get permitted through Lee County. And that was really the, from what I recall in the minutes, was the major conflict that issue. The packet includes a revised ordinance. It includes a language that adds language about the timing of that driveway and those improvements. So they will not be able to go, according, if this is approved, the language, they can't go vertical with the additional square footage until the site and the driveway are approved by Lee County. Sorry, the driveway is approved by Lee County. The town would then hold their approval of the site until the timing of that matches, and then they would be able to get issued a building permit. We want to make sure that they're not going vertical and something hangs up the driveway, and then you've got a actually built building. To time that all together, and that it generally is a standard practice, especially when we have what we call a development order, which is the civil engineering side of it. It has to be approved, and we can't approve that without a driveway anyway. That is one of the changes from what was submitted before in the previous public hearings. And as you can see, the strikeout and underlying language, some edits that were done to clean some things up. And then also, let's see where the one I was just speaking about is condition number 12. And that's got some language related to, it allows a little bit of flexibility in the final design of that. Previous language was very, very specific. And we wanted to make sure that there was, Lee County got what they wanted. Condition 11 also is included and modified, and that is basically the result of some stormwater concerns that were going on at the same time, kind of in parallel to this. Publix has fixed some of the drainage issues that were occurring. The neighbors to the south or to the east complaining about some flooding issues over the summer. And so that condition, what that does is it ensures that approximately every 5 years that they will inspect and fix if there's any drainage issues. Other water management districts across the site have a program where they require, especially commercial developments, to do that. Our water management district does not have that program in place. Since there was an issue with some flooding issues, we decided to recommend. Other than that, for the most part, it's kind of as is when we left off a year ago. Any other specific questions or queries, I guess, from the new members, especially, I'd be happy to go over all that.
Got a couple of questions. Okay, now it looks like they're increasing the square footage that they're allowed for the development, right?
Correct. That would be basically the box for the liquor store. The liquor stores have to be a separate entrance and a separate structure, essentially.
Okay. And the other thing is losing around 6 parking spots for the liquor store and about 5 for the entryway, and increasing their square footage. Are they still in compliance with having their adequate number of parking spots for the?
Yeah, so you ever heard this conversation about whether they have enough parking for the actual activities on the site? Per the code, the numbers in the staff report somewhere, I believe it was 38 spaces, something like that, over what the code would require. So the losing of the spaces would still make them in compliance with the code. And from the plan that we saw with the furthest away from the store that they'd be losing. And to your point, there's a couple of spaces up front where the liquor store footprint is going.
All right. Now, in addition, you on that was in some of your conditions.
Ordinance starts on packet page 27.
Number 2, where you're talking about the iterations. Number 2, you say that or 11. Number 11, we talk about whether it's compatible with existing and planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to property of the person. We've gotten some emails that conflict with that, claiming that they will be damaged. Is that at all?
Well, I believe most of those emails are related to the business side of family-run businesses versus the corporate side. So it really isn't on it from the zoning perspective. Rather, is it air, light, noise, or those the types of things?
It was more than that.
It's for your consideration, obviously, but, sorry, was it?
It was more than the business consideration.
This business, it was, I already had a problem with, I think, with some vagrants that were at the nearby park, thinking the liquor store would attract more. You know, I do know that when liquor store by Tops went out of business, they seemed to.
Questions? Go ahead. Fred.
I have a question on page 30, where we're talking about the existing driveway being modified. It looks like you initially specified that it was to be a right turn lane and then made it more generic just to 2 exit lanes, and I was wondering why you did that.
That was based on, I believe there's a language requested by Publix because of their discussions with Lee County. I've spoken with Lee County about it, and they don't have a final acceptance of how that geometry is going to work out. And so there was some flexibility built in there, so when they can come to a final design, the intent, which is to have out.
Oh, but if it's not a right turn lane, it's basically useless.
But you had the 2 exits, you're going to end up with right and a left, no matter. So you're
It
going
would
to have
seem, so I can't understand why we aren't specific that we're insisting it be left, right, excuse me.
it can be. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a right and a left. There's no other way to go, right? So
Well, I don't know if you can go straight across there or not, but
I think because if you're adding a right, they may not add that lane, and that was very specific language. They may add a lane, an incoming lane, and then the existing incoming lane becomes an out lane. There was 2 different ways to do it. You can add to the north or you can add to the south. So adding a right turn lane, you know what I mean? Understand what I'm saying about the
no,
specifics
you've
of
actually
that?
confused me more. It sounds like you're going to allow 2 lanes for ingress,
No, so if you say add a right turn lane,
right?
how do you interpret that? Is that very specific of, we're just going to add to the north side of the driveway a right turn lane? When really you may add a new inbound lane south of the driveway. Convert the existing inbound lane to a left turn lane. Existing out lane becomes,
See what you're saying?
add a south lane or a north lane.
I
and it changes
understand,
everything.
because
Yep.
when you look at the plans, it does move as you're exiting, it does move to the left.
So
So what is now single outgoing lane will be the right turn lane.
could become the left turn lane. You're right. My point is it could be either one. Right. It could become either one, and that was the point of let them finish the design and figure out the geometry of that tied in with the existing state and not dictate to them, it's got to be only a right lane. That's what.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes.
However, as a condition, you could request to review that once it's reviewed and approved by Lee County, if you wish, to see what the final result of that determination is.
As long as Jason is assuring me that there will be a right turn exit lane, I will take his assurances.
Yes, so the provision talks about 2 exit lanes. And then the design ultimately would dictate.
And just to add to that, we should get the applicant on the record with regard to that.
Thank you.
That is what the drawings show.
Currently.
Correct.
More questions for Mr. Green?
I have a question. On packet page 91, summary that they did of traffic and the trips, did they take into any consideration length of stay? We've all been there enough to know that finding parking during season is already difficult. And although adding another lane, it solves some of that. length of stay is gonna increase. If someone's going in to do one-stop shopping, they're gonna stay there much longer to go into both places. Has any of that been included as a consideration into their numbers here?
I would defer that to the applicant's traffic person. I'm not a traffic expert, so I don't want to.
I'm just concerned that their conclusion of not impacting traffic all that much might not be 100% accurate.
What I can say is there ultimately always will be a bottleneck at some point, right? There's only so much stacking that you can provide, especially with the existing. I would defer to them. How that methodology.
I've also heard from some constituents who are requesting consideration of having them in a pharmacy and also not distributing single-use plastic bags. Has that been discussed at all?
That, in your meeting minutes from that previous meeting that was discussed, there is we added pharmacy as to the schedule of uses. Your exhibit A of the draft was added as a.
Yeah, there's no obligation, but it's them to do. It's just giving them an option.
And I
Not
don't
a
remember, they had a conversation about that. I'll defer to them on what the reasoning is. Result is we added it to schedule of uses.
And how about the single-use plastic bag?
We didn't get any direction on that specifically being included. That's up to you if you want to. That was not a direct.
However, again, council, you could raise that with the applicant and create a condition.
I personally would like to see it added as a condition, just because I've seen numerous examples where people go with their plastic bags to the beach on a day and take out their stuff and the bag goes away. So it's a special condition here.
Although I'm in favor of it, John, Mr. Heron, can we? Is that a type of condition that we could include?
And include any condition that you believe is appropriate to mitigate the impacts of the development in the community.
Any?
Yeah.
A condition that Publix could only hire women? I mean.
Did say reasonable.
Removes for council members.
If we can work on the specific language to make sure that it's appropriate.
Considering the state preemption of this, doesn't the state preempt us having ordinances regarding that? We're not allowed as a community to ban them from the beach as a whole. So it would seem like since we can't do that to anybody else, that we could do it to them. It just bothers, Bill, I'm all on your side, but it bothers me as to whether this is going to cause future leaks.
Well, my suggestion, at least for starters, is to ask them. They may just do it voluntarily.
They didn't last time. We
can
did
ask them
ask.
again.
No, yeah, no.
They're hearing you. You know, if you all say it's important to you, they'll hear that.
They have done this at other Publix, I know.
My concern is forcing it upon them. If they're willing to agree, that's super.
I just wanted to highlight what Councilor Veach just talked about. I was on the LPA when this first came through, and since our friends from Publix are here today, the LPA did discuss at length the need for a pharmacy on the island. We certainly aren't in the business of micromanaging your business model and telling you what to do and how to do it. I think the purpose of adding pharmacy under permitted use was to make it easier for you in the future should you decide to add that to your business model. But just since everybody's here today, I would just remind you all that there is only one pharmacy on the island, and it's near where I live, and it's packed. It's fine pharmacy, but it's packed. So no, Publix is wrestling with the business model of having a pharmacy at their grocery store and so forth and so forth. But I just continue to urge you to look at market trends and all of your data to see if that's feasible for our island, because it seems to me, just as a layperson, that it could be a very viable business model on the island if you so choose to do that. And therefore, we've added pharmacy as permitted use just to make it easier in the future should you decide to do that. There seems to be a real need on the island. I have a lot of folks ask me about that on a regular basis. So that's just more food for thought or friendly suggestion for those of you who are here who don't live on our island and may not be familiar with the dynamics of the island, pharmacy is often talked about as a need for the island, even more than liquor. So just food for thought on that. That's all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What else? Thank you. And the applicant. Come on over here, this is easier.
Morning, everybody. Happy New Year. Josh Remedios from the law firm of Greenspoon Martyr. My address is 600 Brickell Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33131. Today, of course, on behalf of Public Supermarkets, along with me is Joaquin Vargas, the applicant's traffic engineer, and Robert Haglar, the district manager of Publix in this review. A long application process that started back in 2019. Aside the and the delays we had for COVID, of course, we had an opportunity to work with both staff of town and Lee County on this traffic schematic primarily, as well as a number of other concerns that came up throughout this application process. Addressing some of the points that brought up here in the last few minutes between primarily the traffic. Let's start with that, in and out of the parking lot. There will be 2 exit lanes and 1 lane. The only issue that was still undecided is whether or not we're going to remove some parking spaces from the south or some from the north. And that's the only reason language might get a mandatory side versus the south. Shift that parking over down the south or move it up north. Either way, there's going to be 2 exit lanes, better help with the traffic in and out of the supermarket. As far as the plastic bags are going, that's still undecided in the courts. I believe the last I saw a court case that was that the applicant stopped the use of plastic bags, but if you passed an ordinance, for example, town-wide or citywide, that prohibits the use of bags, that may change the pattern a little bit. But there's also been a concern with COVID, of course. A lot of people don't want to reuse plastic bags that have, or at least the foreseeable future, single-use plastic bags may be a better alternative to shopping in the community. As far as the pharmacy goes, there is added in there, pharmacy as a potential. And when we go to actually build out and fitting, all of these things are subject to review by the. We may change one of whether they want to use the pharmacy or not. This has not been decided as of 20. And they have either a year since we've been this board. I think the last time we were here of 2019. Things have changed along the way, so we'll speak with these again before they go into permitting. What their potential uses are, what they want to do. Those were the items that you guys had along the way. We're at a point today where staff has recommended approval of the application. A draft ordinance with a series of conditions there before applicants willing to abide by all of those conditions. I understand that there's some concerns from the town, and but for the moment, we hope that this and second and final.
Do you have any questions of the counselor?
Just want to clarify that what I'm suggesting with the bags is not necessarily even reusable bags, because there are paper bags that have been around for a while, but also this is not an ordinance. This is a
Questions?
Counselor, did I hear you correctly by saying Publix hasn't made a decision on what they'd like to do as far as liquor store or pharmacy with that space?
As far as the pharmacy goes, they do want to build out a liquor store. That is why we're here today. We added in the uses of pharmacy because we don't know if down the road they want to build up. I don't know what the timeline is like for that or even for the liquor store at this point. We originally wanted to do that back in 2020, but along the series of delays that we had, unfortunately, now it may not be prudent, for example, to build it at the height of the season when you have a lot of people here already to create additional traffic congestion. So they may go into permitting in the next couple of months and start construction in the summer. There's still a little bit of time before we actually get to a build-out phase.
Are you familiar, thank you for your comments on the pharmacy, by the way. Are you familiar with the security arrangements at the Publix on Fort Myers Beach?
I'm not familiar directly with the security arrangements there. We do have a representative of Publix, but in general, I'm familiar with the Publix business. they're not your traditional standalone liquor store. They do have on-site management, on-site personnel that are always monitoring parking, surrounding areas. You have people constantly in the parking lot from Publix, just parts, for example. So there's always people out there in and about the premises that are overseeing the operation and watching people.
Are there, I appreciate people going out and getting carts and so forth, which gives you a presence in the parking lot. Is there a security person assigned to each Publix? In other words, is there someone, does that accelerate when there's a liquor store on the premise as well? What's your sort of policy with respect to security personnel who are actually trained security personnel versus regular just clerks and folks getting carts and so forth?
I'm going to call up the Publix representative, Robert Hagler, to address that. I know they do have security at some locations and not others. I just don't know what the actual policy is.
That's fine.
I'm
Good
Bob
good morning.
Hagler.
Yeah.
Good morning, Bob Hagler. I have 5 liquor stores within my district here in the Estero Bonita Springs area. There is not security guard. If you're looking for like our security personnel on site other than management, there is not. We do have extensive CC surveillance cameras around our locations. We also have impact alarm buttons that our staff carries at all times when they're in the liquor stores. So that is our common security protocol at this time.
With respect to the liquor store and the grocery store, there is no one assigned or trained specifically in security on the premise. Is that a fair characterization?
That's correct. I would not say, as far as security trained, our management goes through extensive training on how to handle security protocols. So we're not blind to it. You know, as far as protecting our customers and our associates, there's extensive security policy and training that we go through to make sure that we do the best we can. But as far as a security personnel on locations, no, has Publix had them in the past? I've worked over in East Fort Lauderdale and Miami and stuff like that where there has been cases needed. In the 5 stores that I have in this area, with the liquor stores, we have not seen a need for that. Knock on wood, we've been on a need, and I've
Appreciate that. And Mike, I asked that, first of all, I'm interested, and we've had some concerns about public safety issues with the addition of the liquor store. As you're probably aware that there's a public park, Newton Park, almost literally across the street from the Publix, and there's some vagrant issues there, homeless issues there. And so I know it's not Public's job to police our public parks, but if someone accepts the premise that the liquor store could enhance those problems, I was just curious if there was any Publix personnel. I know you don't have jurisdiction outside your property, but I was just curious if they could help in sort of an almost a neighborhood watch aspect, keep an eye on that, somehow help the neighborhood some more comfort that this isn't going to accelerate the problem. I didn't know if you had any ideas on that or any thoughts.
sides of that. I mean, when I ran a store on East Fort Lauderdale back in the day when I was store manager, and it was about the same size as this store right on Fort Lauderdale Beach. And yes, you do have, a lot of those you would have on any beach community, some vagrant opportunities. We put a security guard paid and signed up by Broward Sheriff's Office on duty. And our customers hated it. They felt like they were going into an armed, it made them more uncomfortable having the security guard actually out front. So when the contract was up that year, we did away with it. But mainly our store management teams were able to handle the vagrancy issues pretty well. Get out in front of it, and we're trained our managers on how to do that. And we didn't really have any complicated, any serious indication, nothing other than moving them on their way, so to speak. So I understand what you're saying, and Publix has in the past, if needed, put security on the books there and had one in the parking lot. But I'll be honest with you, it's been more from our customers saying they didn't appreciate it.
Just one last follow-up. So if you were aware that some of your customers were purchasing liquor there and then going over to the park, and how would Publix approach a situation like that?
I don't know how we could approach that once they leave the property. We do not sell, and we encourage it. We do not anybody inebriated. We don't make the sell, and that's up to the clerk who's selling the product to make that call. We've done that on the occasion. So we have it, our cashiers and our ways on how to handle someone who might be in that state of mind, and we will refuse to sell. We have done so on many occasions. So we can control it at that point. The point is sale. once a sale's made and the person not inebriated and so chooses to leave the property, I don't know what control we have after that. Like if they walked across to that beach right across the street, I don't know what we could do about that. But we, anybody in the right frame of mind trying to purchase, we have control over that and we will keep control.
Thank you.
If I may piggyback on Councilmember Adalholt's thought process that you were talking about there. I personally have noticed, as season comes around, a lot of our 7-Elevens have vagrants or, loiterers that just sit around. And I fear that having a liquor store there would cause the same issue. I understand your point about maybe being looked at as a security guard standing there, not allowing people in or shooing people away. But with some of the traffic congestions that I see that go on there, people parking in front of the door, just sitting there waiting for someone to go in and come out, I think that adds a lot to that congestion that we talk about there. Is it a potential that Publix could look at maybe being a hybrid person that could be there, especially during season, that could help moderate some of that traffic that just sits still, as well as if there is any loitering or vagrancy going on, that they could shoo people on their way? I think that would go a long way to potentially easing some of the neighbors' issues that my fellow members have brought up that we've all received as far as adding a liquor store to that location.
That would have to be some kind of hybrid. I'm not familiar, because security personnel, in my experience and over the years, they do not deal with traffic and parking lot issues. They deal with security and stuff like that. So they wouldn't, so to speak, go out and direct traffic. I'm sure there's someone that we could look, and I will certainly pass that on. I'm hoping that this third right lane and everything, because that store often myself, will get the traffic flow out of there a lot easier. Process, put the third lane out of there. The whole process of traffic out of the parking lot. Yeah, one person waiting to take a left there, backed up all the way up to the front door, and that causes a great. I have an answer for you right now. That's something I could share with my leadership.
And I know we talk a lot about the vehicular traffic, but we aren't talking about the increased traffic that will come by boat. Word will spread quickly if there's a liquor store that you could pull up to by boat, the back bay, and walk through the parking lot, that you're going to see an enhanced presence at that marina. So I think it would all kind of tie together. I really worry about what was mentioned later as far as people going across the street. I know that's not within your purview of what you need to worry about, but that is something that we need to worry about. And I think if Publix could go, and bring something like that to the table, that would help us be able to explain to our constituents that we are taking what you're worried about and looking at it and trying to broaden it a little bit more. I think that could go a long way.
Counselor? If you're concerned about, the fact that the drop off and people sort of pulling their car to the front of the store to load the packages in, I thought I heard you include that in your comments, and the fact that then creates a bottleneck because other cars can't easily get past that car that parks inappropriately. Designating those types of areas as a fire lane would not allow any cars to be stopping and standing there, and then that would help keep that area free for purposes of, not having stopping and standing cars, and they could designate an area for people to load their parcels.
And I can respect that, but I think we're all not naive to the point that people don't necessarily always pay attention to fire lanes or where they can stop and where they can't stop. And without having someone tell them physically they have to move along, I don't see how just putting a sign up that says you can't park here is going to do a lot.
Well, if you park in a fire lane, it's pretty easy citation for Lee County Sheriff or other folks. Cut and dry type of thing.
It's something we deal with at all our stores, up and down 41 as well. Yeah, where people like to pull instead of the curb.
Any other questions of the manager?
I'll ask, is it reasonable to expect you would stop using single-use plastic bags at this site?
It's certainly been a heavy discussion, especially on our beach stores. As a company in whole, I can't speak on them. I don't see them going away anytime soon. On our beach locations, I know Long Beach Key is one of those that are looking for that. I know a lot of our beach communities are looking for that, and Publix is looking at every opportunity to try to meet those Yeah, it's been a lot of discussion. I can't answer that because I don't have an answer. Is it an open discussion? Often, and it is right now. Not, this isn't the only community that's looking at, and, you know, I know he spoke earlier on the COVID issues, which we push hard on the reusable bags. Big program on that. We hand them out, we give them out, we encourage people to use them. And right now, with the COVID thing that came around, people didn't want to use them and bring them in because people, they didn't want anybody baggers or anybody touching their bags. And if anything, that brought back the single use is what they wanted to use, surprisingly enough. But I think as we move through this pandemic, hopefully, I think that discussion would.
2 points to that. One is, you know, the timeline that you're talking about, by the time this becomes operational, hopefully we're vaccinated and we're. The other is that, you know, what you're asking for is expansion, and it's pretty. It's a good opportunity to ask for something that is really trying to and in the economy.
And that has been shared many times. They are aware of what the ask is and what the. I think our aim is always to be a community partner. In all our communities, Publix has been a good partner and always have tried to do that. And that's what communities are looking for. They understand what this is. From the paper straws to the no styrofoam to not selling fireworks at our location here on the beach, because we try to meet we have met most every one of those. For lighting and so forth. We understand this is important to you.
Just, you know, but once we vote on this, then we kind of lose leverage to.
Aware of that also. Yeah. Will be that we put in my notes when I'm done with this hearing today. I need to make phone calls and follow up, and that will be shared as well. So I'm sure they're in there.
I don't want to belabor this, Mr. Mayor, but since I have you here and Publix is such a key part of our community, and since you're really the person on the ground, do you have thoughts on potential? This is more theoretical, but based upon the business model, any chance of a pharmacy at some point in someday on Fort Myers Beach at Publix?
We aggressively like to put the pharmacy into all our stores. That's been the objective since we came out with pharmacies almost 20 years ago. Most challenging footprint is these 27,000 square foot stores. There's a lot of giveaway you have to do to place one in. Like when you first walk in that door where you see all the beach and all that and all the suntan lotion, all that goes away. Okay, that's where the pharmacy would have to go in that small little footprint. So we have put them in the beach stores in these little 27 footprints. So it's doable, but it is a big challenge. And again, that's going to be above leadership who's going to make that call. I have seen it put in the beach stores. The store I ran on Fort Lauderdale Beach, they put one in after they opened up the store, and they put one in. The fact that you mentioned earlier, there's not many pharmacies on this beach would be something that they would certainly look at as an opportunity, really, for Publix as well as the beach.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I think Publix has known for years that CVS was the only pharmacy on the island. They could have done something years ago. This is nothing new, right?
I vacation here. I don't know the
Oh, you
beach all
don't
the
know-
time. I'm in a sterile. I don't. But I'm a resident. I live in a sterile, and I vacationed here for 20 years with my children. But I did not know exactly what pharmacies were on the beach until today, when you shared with me that there was like only one other pharmacy on the beach. That I was unaware of, and I got to imagine Publix knows that, but if not, they're going to know it today when I speak to the people I speak to after this hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Questions for the manager? Is there anyone else to speak for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor, but I would, did I hear you say that you have a traffic person here?
Do if there's any questions as far as.
I just wanted to see if they could answer the question I had earlier.
Sure, just for the record, Joaquin Vargas with Tech Engineering.
Thanks. Question I had, just to reiterate, is in your study, did you take into consideration length of stay or potential, an influx of boater traffic coming from the marina into your amount of included visits to the site based on the liquor store?
Let me answer the first one about the length of stay.
These studies are based on hundreds of studies that are done on supermarkets, not just only Publix, but CVS and other types, including here in South Florida. And yes, they do include the length of stay at each one of these. They record vehicles going in, vehicles going out, every 15 minutes, and that's how it's determined what is expected with the proposed expansion. In terms of the boat traffic, no. That is very difficult to quantify. But remember that these studies only focus on 2 hours, the typical morning rush hour and the afternoon rush hour, which is somewhere between 4 and 6. So any type of activity regarding boat traffic, if we have that, probably is very minimal during those specified hours that we look at, because we have to look at the highest hour of the adjacent street, which is Estero.
Glad you clarified that, because that's where my issue comes in, is I'm worried about the non-2-hour window that you're referring to, the 4 to 6. I don't know if you're aware of when traffic backs up or when it doesn't, or when it seems that most people do their shopping, but a lot of it falls outside those 2-hour windows that you were talking about. And that's where I draw a little concern as far as, is it going to be adding to the full day of congestion that we see there, not just specific times of the day?
What I can tell you is that we relied on information that's published by the Florida DOT. They do have a count station on Estero. They have a station that records hourly volumes. They record it 4 times a year. So we rely on that data. We looked at their information, and then we assessed the highest hour, and then we superimpose our impacts. I understand your concern, during other hours of the day. But remember that for this purpose, we have to look at when is the roadway at the highest level? What's the additional impact at that time? Is it significant? At other times of the day, that volume is going to be lower based on that data that we rely from the state.
Just finished speaking, Mayor. If you want
Okay, perfect. Sorry. Okay, any other speakers for the applicant? Okay.
I had a
Pub-
further comment. This hadn't occurred to me before, but somebody mentioned fireworks. I know I went in one time and asked them to stop selling fireworks, and they did. So I guess I'd like to, if there is a motion maker, let whoever that is know that I'd like that the ban that they cannot sell fireworks at this Publix location, since Mr. Heron indicates that we can practically do what we want, that they not sell fireworks or those floating flaming lanterns, commonly referred to as Chinese lanterns, which are illegal to be set out on the beach. I'd see that in the restrictions.
Okay.
That'll make room for a pharmacy.
Public comment.
Yes, the public gets an opportunity to comment, but before the comment to the Mayor's comment, yes, there is a limit on conditions. Certainly to the extent that Publix has indicated and already subscribes to limitations, you certainly can ask them to confirm that and then codify it in the ordinance. That goes for the plastic bag issue. Otherwise, the state preemption does create a potential problem down the road. I would point out that Publix, based upon my research, has agreed to not use plastic bags in other Florida locations, other stores outside of Florida, but that would have to be voluntary on their behalf.
So you're saying we can't put that on as a condition?
That's one that I would, I think they hear what your concerns are. The fireworks and the lanterns, I think, is a much an easier request to implement than the plastic bags, an outright prohibition.
Well, explain that to me a little, John, because there's a preemptive law against us enacting an ordinance prohibiting plastic bags.
That's correct.
Asking it for them, I mean, this is a negotiation, so them putting it on as a condition for approval.
If they, this is a rezoning. It is through an ordinance. it could fall within that, but if they agree to it, then that's a condition that is mutually agreed to by the parties, and it can be codified in the ordinance. And I think that's what the manager and I were talking about when he said that we hear what, I think that public hears what you're saying.
So do we need to call their counsel forward and ask if they're willing to agree to these
Yes,
conditions?
I think that that's would be appropriate, if that's something that you all wish to ask of Publix at this point in time.
We need a straw vote on that before we ask the question?
I don't hear anyone on, on the council that's necessarily saying no to that, but that's.
I just have a question. How does it work in practice, Counselor Veach? In other words, if a tourist comes in, they don't have their own reusable bags. Obviously, people who live here could get used to that, have their, just purchase one there, or how does it
bags.
work in practice? I'm just
Paper
asking.
bags.
Paper bags, you can go
You
into.
just use
Provide paper bags.
You can go into Publix and ask for plastic paper bags, and they'll give you paper bags, and almost anyone I've been to now. One store, the other coast, where they started essentially giving away reusable bags. So there are ways to do it without the plastic, and without someone walking in empty-handed. It doesn't have to be able to juggle 20.
So the operative word is it just gets replaced with paper then? Is that from a practical standpoint? And then those who want to bring their reusable bags could do so then as well? Is that how, I was just curious how it works in practice.
I would just, procedure. We are now, this is the second reading for this, and I understand it's been a long time, but the delays have been instigated by the applicant, not by council. So,
Council instigated it.
Publix did.
No, there was a council member who insisted upon asking them to do that.
Okay.
Wasn't,
The last one with regards to the
Yes.
traffic issue.
yes.
It was a little bit of both. A little bit of both.
Well,
There's been multiple continuances, most of them, as I understand, to Councilor Veach, you're correct, requested by Publix.
So, I'm just wondering if, and this is a second reading, if we can, request that the condition be put on now, or do we have to defer this for another meeting?
Right now.
I think the objective that you all are trying to reach, essentially, you all and certainly Publix, is to ask Publix to make available in the first instance paper bags in Fort Myers Beach instead of plastic. It's
I think
They are
Mr. Veach is
available.
wanting to not allow them to disperse plastic bags.
Plastic bags are
If
kind
they
of the
agree to
default.
that, then
And-
we can put that in as a
The
condition.
paper is available right now. Every time I go through that line, they say, plastic okay? So in other words, you have an alternative. Which is the
I'm
paper.
saying, I think that the discussion is to do the exact, is paper okay?
I don't think that's
think
what
so.
Mr. Veach is trying to achieve.
I don't think so.
And I guess the question is, I'm guessing that council does not have the authority to agree to that concession. If we ask you to go right now and see whether you can get that authority, do you think that's a possibility?
It's a possibility, but we may have
I'd be willing to delay this to give him an opportunity to get authority to agree to the things that we've discussed.
Is that, this is a hearing, can we just stop this hearing, go on with the next one, and then have them time?
Just for clarification again, did you interpret his concern to not use paper or plastic and have to use, you said, maybe I misunderstood you, I think, but.
We'll let Mr. Veach say what it is he's trying to
Just
achieve.
no single-use plastic bags.
Okay.
Paper
I
or
got a little confused there for a second. Okay.
Either option.
That's something, Counselor, you'd want to find out?
Yes, absolutely.
Lakeland?
I'd have to check with the applicant, of course, to make sure for that, but if we're willing to pass this item
And
for
I'd
a few
also like
minutes.
you to ask if they would agree to the not selling of fireworks and Chinese lanterns as well.
You can do one of two things. You can take the public comment and close it and continue the matter, to allow counsel to reach out to his client, or continue the matter right now before you hear public comment?
We're gonna hear public comment first.
I would
What
also,
I would recommend.
would also entertain asking if they would, they're actually putting pharmacy in the, or just having the option.
And ask them, but I'm sure longer, 20 minutes or so.
Okay, thank you. All right, public comment. Who wishes to speak to this today from the public? You have a whole, I'm sorry, go ahead.
He has some handouts here also.
Go ahead, Joe.
My name is Joe Pugliese. I live directly across the street from Publix. I've lived there for 8 years. September of last year, you guys created a new. The reason behind the nuisance board was to try to make this island safer than it is today. Because we have a problem on this island, and you all know we have a problem with the homeless. I think if you put a liquor store across the street, you're just going to encourage it. I live directly next to Newton Park. See the homeless there at all hours. I've had them break into my property. I've had them threaten to kill my dog. I've had them steal things from me. These are the kind of people that are going to be parked, waiting for that store to open every single morning. All you have to do is go down the street and you will see it at opening. We really need that. It's a residential area. There are literally hundreds of people living within 500 feet of that proposed liquor store. And as you heard him say, as soon as that liquor goes off the property, anything goes. You're going to have underage drinking because there's nothing a homeless person likes better to find a young person that says, hey, you give me $20, I'll get you some alcohol out of that store. And they'll do it. So now you'll have underage drinking. Newton Park, you talk to Allison. She spent over $70,000 renovating the bathrooms. You know why they needed renovation? Because they were being broken into and vandalized by the homeless. We really want that in that part of town. It's a very safe residential area. We don't have as many problems as we would have when the homeless are there. I find them sleeping in my hammock. I've had them damaging my property, and I'm not the only neighbor that's dealt with that. There's absolutely no reason. As for parking, you're talking about parking, you're going to lose 11 spaces. Have you ever been there during season and see how much traffic is there? Not only do you have parking issues during season, when you have 11 more spaces, you also have all the marina people that are coming up and parking in the lot. As far as traffic goes, 3 o'clock during season, traffic is stopped there every day getting off the island. You're only going to make it worse by putting a liquor store. Yet alone, if you put a pharmacy in, think about a pharmacy. How long does it take to get a prescription filled? You were talking about how long a person's in the store. They're going to be there for a half an hour parking, waiting to get their prescription. You're just going to make the problems worse. You have an opportunity right now to stop a problem before it becomes a major problem. Because once you give them the authority, there's no going back. You can't stop the homeless. You can't stop the vandalism and the vagrancy. Now you have an opportunity to stop it and to keep this island safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Claudia Metcalf.
My name is Claudia Metcalf. I live at 4690, right next to. I had the property since 2013, and I've come to voice my concerns. Equally, I experience it's a hotspot right now for the homeless in the past few years. And due to the proximity to Newton Park and the Ocean Harbor Fountain, which is frequently used as like a bathing spot, sometimes we find it overflowing with foam. And then the little pergola house at Publix. So landscaping gets used. And when I forget to lock the garage door, I have people at night coming into my property. Or the bike shed, or the lanai downstairs, which have lounges, because and when I take the dog outside in the morning at 5:30, I have like a panic button that links to my security system. Because I literally walking out of the hedges and I really don't want to meet anybody. I really believe if you allow this to happen, it's gonna just be putting fuel on a fire. It's make matters much, much worse.
Thank you.
Denise Christopher?
My name's Denise DeCristoforo, and I live on Ocean Harbor, which is directly beside Publix. And first, I want to thank you for your time and your service here and how much I love the beach. I'm here to address noise. I don't think I've heard that yet here, and it's a very deep concern of mine. I love Publix. I frequent them often. However, I have to give you a little history. For the past 5 years, during peak season, Publix has done deliveries at 4, 4:30, and 6 a.m. And I have this on video. We have frequently have about 8 trucks doing deliveries at about 4:30, where they have the Frito-Lay man, the waterman, and instead of being able to open up the gate where the delivery goes through, they wheel it on their two-wheeler, so you hear blah, 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 blah. And this has all been done at 4 a.m. I have approached management at the Publix store each year and have addressed the concerns. I have, unfortunately, they have never followed up with me and referred to me to get the town ordinance, which I do have. So I ask you here today, when you consider your amendment, to please ask Publix to follow the delivery hours, which are to be no earlier than 7 a.m. According to the last manager last year, he said a delivery of a Frito-Lay at 4:30 was not his concern. He only dealt with the Publix deliveries. It's something that I live right there. It's warm. I love to sleep with my windows open. The other thing that I would like to concern is that they had asked me when I complained to the town hall here, they told me to call the sheriff department when the situation took place, which I have done on several times. And unfortunately, because the island's big and they're busy, they weren't able to accompany that complaint. I know the district manager just mentioned how he would like to be a community partner. I would love to be a community partner, and I do want to be, proactive on many of this. But like security and everything else, I would really like you to consider making sure that they adhere to the noise ordinances that we people who live right next door have to endure. And now that they're proposing a liquor store with more deliveries, I can only imagine the chaos that that would bring. So if you could consider that, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, I was on the council that approved Publix originally. And that upon noise, there were noise conditions in that approval. So whoever has that can bring it up and see what was laid out at the time. And I'm sure other ones could be looked at, but there were, and it was people from Ocean Harbor that insisted on those at the time. So there are some in place. Now, whether they're being followed or not, I don't know. Thank you. Next.
Boyko? Joe Madden.
Good morning. My name's Joe Madden. I'm a land use attorney here in Fort Myers, and I was your special magistrate for code enforcement for about 14 years. So I understand about the information was just brought up about the noise ordinance. Today I'm here representing 2 different owners of properties, Skipper's Liquors and Beach Liquors. And I'll make sure that the staff report is right in front of you because we need to address it. And the letters that were in the previous hearings are also part of your record and the prior testimony. I acknowledge each one of you for the great questions about the compatibility of this project and adding a liquor store at this location, because I think what you're about to hear is this is not the right place at the right time. The second time that we've come down here to speak on the second hearing, and it was continued yet again in January of 2020. I would suggest to you that nothing's changed since then. We're still talking about traffic plans that may or may not happen. You still have no specificity, and they may or may not be talking to the county about what they can do. Didn't have adequate data and analysis to suggest to pursue that request at that time. On behalf of our clients, I think we still do not have it in terms of the traffic. This is a request for an amendment to CPD. You're not bound to approve it. It's just a request to add a use. Use has to comply with your land development code and be consistent with your comprehensive plan. The basis for denying this request at this time is very, very simple. Liquor stores are prohibited in the town of Fort Myers Beach within 500 feet of residences, schools, churches, and similar uses. This proposal falls flat on 2 out of those 3 criteria. You got the residents right here, guys, telling you that they live within 500 feet. 99% of the town of Fort Myers Beach is not in a commercial plan development. Only reason these guys can come up here and ask for liquor sales within 500 feet of residents, they're in something called a commercial plan development. Well, what they have to do is they have to get a deviation from your code to do that. Deviation requires certain criteria. I ask you to have your staff reports there because if you go through the staff report, there's no adherence to the deviation criteria. That deviation criteria has to first say that the proposal, a liquor store, enhances the CPD. Well, I think we'd all be hard pressed to find how a liquor store enhances an overcrowded public center. The second standard is that the conditions that you're placing on the liquor store protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people within 500 feet of Fort Myers Beach. And I think there's a kindergarten 156 feet away. So we got a school, we got residences, and we have no conditions and no qualifications. Going forward with this, 5 years ago, somebody added this deviation request to the code. Maybe it was Publix, maybe it was somebody else. You can only sell liquors in an area that's not 500 feet residents, 500 feet from a school, 500 feet from a similar use. These guys went out and found those locations. Do not come into contact with those. This deviation standard can't be met for this location. Tried it, 2019, continued it. Tried it in 2020, continued it. Now we got a new council again, we're gonna try it in 2021. Just cannot meet the standards. Or you put a prohibited use into a crowded shopping center that can't meet the location standards. We should just ask you to think about it. It's illegal to sell liquor in a similar location. Why is this the right location to sell it? You're across from the park and you're next to the residents. Timing, we've talked about the traffic. Traffic's a big concern. I think you can ask them the questions all day long. This is a unique property. You have water access, you have a congested county facility, and you have a congested parking lot. I don't think the tables that this gentleman was relying upon can be relied upon to say that this is a good location to add 1,500 square feet of retail space selling liquor. That's another point why this may be denied or postponed. Let's get to the bottom line. All of us are saying the same thing. We got Publix putting in a liquor store. It's great. We all love Publix. Most everybody loves Publix. But you're approving a liquor store in this location. You're not approving a Publix liquor store. A couple years from now, when Publix isn't around or isn't in that center, anybody can run that liquor store. You don't have the big Publix name sitting behind it. We're being asked to approve this deviation in perpetuity. A liquor store where it doesn't belong. You guys are the only ones who have a say on this thing. My thinking is, don't approve the deviation for the liquor store. Sorry, guys, it's not the right place. It's not the right time, because at the end of the day, it would be prohibited for anybody else to do it except for that planned development thing. Get your staff report. There are no special conditions added to the staff report that make it okay to put a liquor store in this location. Look at your staff report and answer the questions of the commercial plan development criteria. Where your staff says yes, easily say no to those questions. Where your staff says no, easily be said yes. And in fact, one of the questions is—
Excuse me, just a moment. Mr. Murphy, if you're going to let him exceed 3 minutes by such a long amount, then we're going to have to let everybody talk more.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't look at the
had no
clock.
intention of cutting anybody off.
Yeah. It's just that The one question is, does
The
the,
prior speaker had exceeded it. I didn't stop him either, so let him finish. Wrap it up, please.
yeah, just wrap it up with this one observation as you go through it. Question on your staff report is, does the request intensify the development? Question says, the answer to your question is no, it doesn't. How can it not, guys? You're not just adding a liquor store. You're adding a liquor store, you're adding a loading dock, and you're adding a new enclosure for new garbage truck deliveries. I think it's the time to say no to Publix after 2019 application, 2020 continuance, now 2021.
Thank you. Next.
Tony Patel?
My name is Ronnie. I'm the owner of the Skipper Liquors, and I moved out in 2016 as owner of the Skipper. And after seeing the Fort Myers Beach, decided to open the Astro Island Medical Care. That's how I find out what the people need in the Fort Myers Beach. And I'm opposing the Publix liquor because I think so. We have to support the small business as an owner. And I came as a small business owner as a skipper, and I decided to open the Astro Island Medical Care. As a profession, I'm a pharmacist too. I own the pharmacy too. So if the public want to open the pharmacy, we don't have any problem. But if the liquor store, so support the local business and small businesses, please.
We covered on both ends.
Nick Dacos?
Ronnie, I own Beach Discount Liquor.
Your name, sir, please?
Nick Dacos. In over 16 years, we've had our liquor store there. I think we've done the best to serve Fort Myers Beach and live up to its small town standards. When I put the store in, I knew that we weren't going to be competing against the big box or the chains. It was a long time ago. I live over in Fort Myers, and I knew if I'd put a store in over there, that's exactly what I was going to face. I was assured that there would never be a liquor store there where Publix is because of the 500-foot rule. I think people have spoken eloquently to it, and that is a problem. We've done a real good job. I think if you ask the sheriffs, you would say that there's such a thing as a family-run liquor store. That's what we have over there. People, there's no complaints. There are ways to handle the vagrants and the homeless. The sheriffs I work with over there I've known for years. We won't sell to certain people. We actually don't throw a blind eye to that. And I think that's what you just heard over here was that, well, we interpret it is if they're standing in front of you drunk, of course you don't sell to them. There are certain ones that we work with the sheriffs to prohibit, and most of the people that talk to them are aware of that. I just think at this point, despite what with what Joe said, I knew that you guys would protect us against the big chain stores and the big boxes, and I just want you to not change the rules on us here in the middle of the game.
Thank you, sir.
Chad Boyko, would you like to speak now?
Boyko, I'm a certified AICP certified planner. Just wanted to make mention of reason of having the 500-foot boundary around liquor stores. You've heard it here today. It's really to protect the health, safety, and welfare of your residents. Not only do you have the residents that are nearby, that could be affected by the liquor store opening up there, but you also have the school. You've heard someone mention here that sometimes you have people that are showing up early in the morning to buy alcohol. It's not just a 5 p.m. issue. It's also an issue of when you have children in school, do you necessarily want certain types of people around those schools at that time in the morning? So that's an idea of when you're asking they're asking to allow this deviation, to allow that, does it really, enhance the public health, safety, and welfare of this community? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
What I was saying is there isn't a school. People keep referring to it. There was a building, I think, that used to be a kindergarten. But there's no school.
I don't know what they're talking about either. Someone doing a daycare.
It's in your staff report.
It's mentioned as a kindergarten. It's a building that I think used to be a kindergarten, but it's not a school anymore.
Private daycare, all right.
Not a school.
Okay, next.
That's all I have.
That's it. Okay. The will of the council, do you want to continue this or have the, as Counselor, have you, talked to your peeps?
Have.
On up.
I've talked to my colleagues who are talking to Publix. We have work this for if you want to item on the agenda today. To sit by.
The will of the council.
I'm willing to go on with some other items and get more information from them.
And I would like a clarification on this kindergarten. This is if it's in fact a building, because like I said, the staff report is conflicting with what we're hearing here. So Jason should really understand what that is.
I did get clarification on the fireworks and the lantern. Okay with waiting for decision bags, which and they've tried to emphasize the use of bags as much and try and push that and make plastic bag the alternative and use. Customer comes in, for bags first. Terry, but still have the plastic available for those that come there that don't have their own bags. Carrying liquid items, milk jugs, that kind of thing, where bags would now work as well. Let that last for another time if you want.
We've got another hearing right after this one, and I think when we get into this one, this one's gonna take a little while also. So this won't be, it'll be at least another hour, don't you think? At least, before this comes back up again. Is that what the council wants to do? Defer this until, I mean, we have to go right into Matanzas right now. Was that what?
I'm okay with it either way, Mayor. I mean, whether or not the plastic bags are the first thing is not gonna change my view. I'm okay either way.
Sounds like, the bags are important to a couple of members here, so,
I'm okay with deferring.
all right with that?
Well, after we get done with the
Councilman
Matanzas.
Adderhold?
I'm fine with that. But I wonder in the interim, if I could just ask one additional question of this regional manager, given the public testimony that we've had. If you'd rather defer, we could defer. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, what's the procedure, John? We want to pause this for,
Would make a motion to continue the matter and table it while you take up the next item. If you're concerned about the length of time, the next item, do you want to go to the administrative agenda, those two items, and take those up? You know, you're.
Okay, just to move things along, I'll move to table the item during today's hearing only.
second to that?
Second.
Moving second. Any discussion? Action? Okay. Tabled. Now, want to knock out the two administrative agenda items and then tackle Matanzas? Yes?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, we'll move to the administrative agenda. Item A is ITB-20-25-PW intersection of improvements. Who's handling? Roger, is this yours?
Yes, members of the council, this is the traffic signal for Old San Carlos and people call it Estero and Fifth Street, but basically in front of Times Square, at intersection, at T intersection. This is a lot-funded traffic signal to be installed by this contract. Will be maintained and part of the Lee County Department of Transportation's computerized system, and it will also provide the subsequent maintenance of the signal once it's out of warranty. Staff is recommending the award to the lowest bid, who is the responsive and responsible bidder. We receive an email with regard to make sure that the lights associated with the signal are real compliant. We believe that they are. We are in the process of re-verifying that.
Any questions for the manager regarding this? Not, is there a motion to approve the authorization of this?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just real quick. Roger, is this replacing an old signal?
No, this would be a new signalized intersection, basically at the Old St. Carl's entrance to Times Square. That intersection, that T intersection.
Where the pedestrians go across.
It's brand new, so there,
Brand new.
there isn't one there existing.
That's correct.
And has this been part of a broader strategy on traffic flow
Yes,
for us newer counselors?
yes, the concept is, we're putting the signal there. Lee County is putting a signal at Crescent and Estero. The idea that in conjunction with the new traffic pattern coming off the bridge that FDOT is working on is to minimize the pedestrian vehicular conflicts.
Is this in concert with the foot of the bridge discussions that are happening with the state and the county as well, or is that a completely separate issue?
Separate project, but all three projects are being coordinated.
Okay, thank you.
What's the next bid? Slowest bid? Just off the top of your head.
Wasn't that much more. I think there was like,
$12,000.
there was one that was,
1,000, that was it?
Yeah, there was one that was a lot more and one was a couple thousand, all right, I can look it up for you.
That's
On the
fine.
blue sheet.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the authorization of the bid? The amount of 494,
I'll move to approve the requested motion.
is there a second?
Second?
Move and second. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Next item is RFQ 20 PWCEI intersection improvements. This is to authorize to accept the town manager's recommendation to enter into negotiations for AECOM technical services in response to RFQ 20 PWCEI intersection improvements, and bring back a contract for town council subsequent consideration. Is there a motion to approve this recommendation?
Moved.
Second.
Move and second it. Any discussion?
Just a quick question. Were there, and it doesn't list in here that there were any other firms? It says that there was no local Fort Myers Beach residents.
I don't know that I have that information before me. I believe there was, but, yes, I see Jason is nodding yes. So they were ranked. There were several according to Amy, and, they were ranked by our selection committee, and this firm received the most points. Therefore, they're the ones that are being recommended for us to begin with in terms of trying to negotiate a contract. If we were unsuccessful, we would report back to council and get authority to then negotiate with the second ranked firm and so on and so forth until we reached a contract that we could recommend to council.
Any further discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to move on to Matanzas. The Matanzas Inn CPD, and this is to determine if Matanzas Inn Commercial and Development Project has met the conditions of approval for phased development. This be our day for phased development. Okay, this is for staff. And all the witnesses have been sworn already.
The ex parte communications.
The ex parte communications.
Oh.
I received an email from the applicant just offering to answer any questions, and I didn't follow up with any contact.
Received that same.
I did have some back and forth emails with the applicant, but that's all on public record.
Just the email.
It's the email.
Okay.
Community Development, Jason Green. I'm going to let the applicant make their presentation. Essentially, the blue sheet provides our attempt at summarizing hundreds of pages of documents that have been ongoing throughout the last 20 years for this project. The applicant has stated that there was an expansion of the restaurant. The most that we could find is, I believe he estimated that to be about a 1,400 square foot of an outdoor area that is marked on the site plan with trellises and area. I cannot find any evidence of physical expansion of the footage of the buildings, but the applicant has some, I guess, historical information, some information, what those phases were. At the heart of it, the issue is the condition and the way that that condition is, the terminology that's used in there. So it's really kind of open-ended, and what is, it says any phases can be done to meet that first half of the condition. And it doesn't really spell out specifics of square footage or footprints of buildings or new replacement buildings. So I've been unable to find hard evidence that something was done from an expansion. I know they've done work, so I'll let them explain what their view is.
I asked the staff to bring in a handheld microphone for Counselor Grady here.
Was one.
Doesn't have to,
There we go.
got it? Okay, great.
And Jason, just real quick, just not to put you on the spot, but is staff recommending approval?
I could not find evidence of what I would deem to be meeting that phasing, right? So the applicant has said that they've done repairs, they've done an expansion of the restaurant. Again, it's going to go to the interpretation of what the intent of that language was. If they've expanded the outdoor seating of 1,400 square feet, is that what the intent of that terminology or the condition is? I don't know. It doesn't read to be that way, but I don't know the thinking at the time of that.
Was that,
Well, just, let me go back just real quick.
That was the only evidence that we could put our finger on that was quote unquote an expansion.
Again, not to put you on the spot, but I am. Are you then neutral? Are you yielding to the will of the council? What is the staff
I
position?
yield to the will of the council, but I've been unable to find an evidence of, yes, this building was done, that was part of the master development plan, that was, whether it was phase 3, 4, or 5. That kind of hard evidence, I've been unable to locate that. Hopefully they can explain some of it.
Okay.
Counselor, just to be clear, if we were convinced unequivocally that the condition was met, then it wouldn't necessarily be here. Reason it was here before and it's back before you again is because of the way it was written. In our opinion, the lack of specificity, it's a judgment call.
Lack of specificity, but specificity by the original council,
By the way it was worded originally.
originally by staff? Or by the
Whoever wrote
applicant?
the document, I don't know who wrote it.
The adopted ordinance,
Okay, all right,
resolution.
all right, that's helpful, thank you.
now, what was this expansion of the restaurant part of, specifically part of the CPD?
So it talks about, sort of, there's a paver area. That's where we get into this. It's an interpretation. So there's reference to buildings and square footages and number of units in the master concept plan, buildings being replaced. I believe there's an addition that's shown on the concept plan to the restaurant. As far as I can tell from the evidence, it was the outdoor seating area of that paver area that was redone. Permits for driveway, redoing the driveway, redoing the pavers. There's some decks that were added and expanded around the restaurant. I guess that's the interpretation part, is that, does that qualify and meet for a phased an expansion of, or change in addition of buildings to this? It wasn't specific to, it gave a lot of entitlements, and then it has a condition that says any of these phases can be done. So it's open-ended. And that's, again, that's why that's lack of specificity.
Counselor. Counselor Beverly Grady, for the record, the applicant.
Okay, that,
Where's the hand, where's the
Button
hand?
for
This thing.
button for the PowerPoint?
For the power.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. For the record, my name is Beverly Grady with Rutzel & Andrus, and I'm representing Estero Bay Hotel Company doing business as Matanzas Inn Resort. Pleased to be here to share information with the council because we think we have substantially more information than what was included in the one-page summary All right. All right, Resolution 1505 Matanzas Inn was case DCI 2013-0002. When it was approved, the council specifically found the Matanzas Inn is a currently functioning inn and restaurant with available and adequate urban services. Council found that this CPD with a master concept plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan, particularly provisions of pedestrian commercial, future land use category. Consistent with the pre-disaster build back, hazard mitigation, and flood-proof policies. Council also found that this CPD with its master concept plan is consistent with the LDC and the comprehensive plan and meets and exceeds all performance and locational standards for proposed uses. On page 7 in your zoning resolution, Council found that this approval will allow property owner additional flexibility in phasing the project.
Ms. Grady, I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you could just, have 3 new counselors here who don't have the history here. Could you just put the PowerPoint aside for a second? Just give a 10,000-foot non-granular overview before we get into the weeds here. That would be helpful to the newer members.
Great. All right, so if you look at your comprehensive plan in your land development code, it has a specific provision on land development districts. That is a site plan zoning. And there aren't a lot of them on Fort Myers Beach. And there certainly aren't a lot that are phased on Fort Myers Beach. What is the purpose of a commercial plan development district, of any plan development district? It's in your code under 34-931. It provides for plan development zoning districts with the general purpose being to provide a degree of flexibility for a landowner to develop land in a manner different from specific provisions of the code. What is required in a plan development rezoning is you have a site plan. Your other zoning districts do not come along with site plans. You have to prepare a site plan that then goes through at least 3 public hearings for adoption. And that site plan is called a master concept plan. That's step 1. So when you're approved by the council, unlike rezoning to conventional zoning where you just have a district, a list of uses, and then you go forth to development order, here you have to develop a site plan, and you will see in your staff attachment 3 and 4 is the master concept plan. And then you had conditions.
They have you go 5,000 feet higher.
Okay.
Was this a hotel that they were already, was it vacant land? Did they want to build the hotel? Could you just give a little history?
Yes, the Matanzas Inn is an existing resort and was in existence at the time that there was an original approval back in 1995. And there have been changes in development in reliance on that master concept plan. But in 2013, the owner wanted to make additional improvements and knew that they would have to meet the current comprehensive plan and the current land development code. And through that process, and it's listed on the first page of your resolution, 2015-05, all the public hearings that this site plan and this request went through, both before the local planning agency and before the council.
Very helpful. Thank you. Yep.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
It
no,
helps me, yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate that. And so, and it really leads into this slide in that looking at, there's a specific section under plan development districts regarding phasing, and that is section 34-932D. And the town council is authorized to specify a phasing plan, which is different from the one that's in the land development code on phasing. So I would respectfully say to you, we have condition 5 in the zoning resolution. We also have a section in the land development code that discusses phasing 34-222A, where that doesn't have a special provision in the resolution. But we have continued with active development, and that's what we're here to present to you since 2015 in the Matanzas Inn. We have complied not only with the special condition 5, we've actually complied with the standard condition on phasing in section 34-222A. And I will go into that in a little detail. I think it's important today, we're not requesting any changes. Our position is the owner has relied in good faith on the entitlements and approval in 2015 and has made substantive change and invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to implement this approval. It is staff that scheduled this item before council. All right, so what active pursuit has occurred since 2015? We would say that it is extensive. The actions taken by Matanzas Inn since 2015. First of all, and it's not even on the slide, we demolished a fourplex. 4 of the dwelling units of this inn have been demolished on parcel C. Consistent with the zoning resolution, consistent with, I'll get into the development order. Those 4 units have been transferred across the street and are going to be built in a pending building permit. All right, so we've demolished 4 units as directed by the zoning resolution and the development order. Since 2015, the owners retained civil engineer Spectrum Engineering who prepared a Chapter 10 development order. Going back to the 10,000-foot look, get your zoning, you have an approved site plan. Do not go forward and build with that. Your next step under Chapter 10 is to obtain a Chapter 10 development order. That is your site construction plans, landscaping, paving, drainage, all of that. That is required. Now, under the code, you're only required to obtain a development order for 50% by 5 years. This owner obtained the development order for the entire site, for 100% of the project. That was issued on August 19th, 2016, and that is enclosed on the staff one-page attachment as part of attachment 1. The development order is actually attached to the one-page summary in your packet. Attachment 1, Exhibit B, is the written development order approval, and Exhibit C to that attachment are the construction plans. Now, I will say they're 8.5 by 11, and they're not completely legible. I have here, and I have filed with your clerk before I spoke, a set of the development order plan, sheet 1 through 6, that are legible. So where the owner could have only decided to obtain a development order for 50% of the site, the owner obtained a full development order for all of the site, exceeding the land development code criteria for phasing. Obtaining that development order is not mentioned in your staff one-page overview in your packet. All right, here is page 3A of the development order. It contains the phasing plan, and I've highlighted that so we can scrutinize some of the different phases, and then enlarged it so you can actually read what it says. All right, so on the phasing plan on sheet 3A, it references that the zoning resolution is explicit that phases may be in any order, and then it lists a whole series of phases. In the first paragraph, there's a phase A, a phase C, and I'm going to talk about that in more detail. The next paragraph, there's a phase B2 and a phase D. And most important is the restaurant expansion. It's a separate phase. Restaurant expansion up to 4,000 square feet may be accomplished in any sequence in conjunction with other phases or independently. This owner chose to do an independent restaurant expansion consistent with the phasing approved by the town, as you can see on this approved phasing sheet. Also listed as a phase are amenities such as walks, patios, trellises, pergolas as may be accomplished at any time. The owner also did that as listed in your staff report, did obtain building permits for some of those type of uses. All right, the restaurant expansion. The restaurant expansion phase was completed in 2016. The owner paid impact fees and utility fees for the expanded restaurant, and those are attached as part of the staff overview attachment 1. The expansion it also expanded the consumption on the premises for this additional service area, And this expansion to the restaurant has been in service and has been serving patrons for over 4 years. Now, further actions, as I said, and I hadn't listed this, but the demolition permit of 4 existing units is substantial. There was also building permits for remodel the decks, building permits for expansion of roofs in 2018, building permits for construction of trellis in 2018. Let's discuss now the next step, relating to Phase AC, which is and the owner here has retained an architect. Owner has retained a structural engineer. Owner has had prepared the building permit construction plans for buildings AC. And this is where I have to correct my statement. Attachment 5 in your packet is not those plans, but those plans are on file, and we would incorporate them for the record. That is building permit application 191325. What do those plans propose? They propose to demolish the existing office at Matanzas Inn. There will be a new office built, and it is also a request for 14 new units. Building application has been prepared and filed.
May I interject for just a quick question? On packet page 161, there is something that's very difficult to read, and I just want to make sure that this doesn't have anything to do with what you're discussing. It's written in there, not approved by council, but it looks like it talks about accessory buildings, chapter 34, but it's very difficult to read.
That's Matt's handwriting for a note. I think it gave flexibility is what it did, and that wasn't approved by council.
The best I could tell is that when they approved the master concept plan, instead of making them take that note off and read it again, he just crossed it out and said this was not what was approved.
Just wanted to make sure.
Just real quick, you use the term units. Do you mean like rooms to rent, like hotel rooms?
Yeah, this is a resort, so these are resort units to rent.
Units, but like a hotel room, or is it more of a what is it? Just to be clear, what are we talking
Are you
about?
talking about ownership? How?
Oh, no, when you use the term unit,
I'm using the term that was used, I'm just using from the resolution that approved 36 resort units. And so this building permit is to build the approved 14 resort units.
but the term resort unit, is it like a condo to rent, or is that a hotel room, or?
It's I'm going to make sure I get this right, Doug. So, but it's a hotel. So it's for rental, a public lodging,
Okay,
meets the
so these
definition
are
of
14, is it 4 or 14?
14.
14 new hotel rooms. Okay, thank you. I just trying to make sure we're talking the same
Yes.
language. Yeah, okay.
The building permit that has been prepared and filed is to build these 14 new resort units, and that building permit is pending. And I have filed with the clerk, and I have available for you, because I know you can't read the email exchange, but the point of this was to show that the owner has been working with Town of Fort Myers Beach staff, 2018, 2019, 2020, and this is the email exchange. And I have a legible format that I'd be glad to hand out, and I have filed that with the clerk. And that includes, so that has taken substantial effort and investment when you design a building. Like I said, it requires a structural engineer as well as an architect to develop those plans for the building permit. That building permit application for buildings A and C was filed in December of 2019, and I have the building permit log that was provided by our contractor that shows the review and the resubmissions. And we do want to incorporate that building permit file as part of our presentation today. The owner has provided the cover page for the last set of plans with the latest revision is 2/28/2020 for the building permit application. And that shows you also what the exterior of the new 14-unit resort and new office building will look like. Matanzas Inn has relied in good faith on the council's approval of a detailed master concept plan in Resolution 1505 and the application and the issuance by the town for a development order for 100% of the project. We respectfully submit that with these actions and substantial investment, we have complied with condition 5 with continuous development in the first 16 months. We've heard staff say and comment on condition 5 and some of its vagueness in how it was written and its and what we would respectfully say and quote from the recent case that zoning regulations are in derogation of private rights of ownership. Words in a zoning ordinance should be given their broadest meaning when there is not a definition or clear intent to the contrary, and the ordinance should be interpreted in favor of the property owner. And we also think it's fair to comment that since 2015, we've had Irma, which caused damage to Fort Myers Beach and to this project. We had to undergo red tide and blue-green algae impacts in 2018. And the whole hospitality industry of Southwest Florida, certainly, and you know this better than anyone, the impact that's had on the hospitality industry in 2020. We respectfully submit that this owner should be congratulated for continuing dedicated progress and active development. There is nothing in condition 5 that has anything about vacating the master concept plan at the end of the first 60 months. Read that condition. Only statement made to vacate, which means eliminate, take away, is at the conclusion of 120 months, and it would be for any portion that has not been in completed development at this time. Kansas Inn is in compliance with the resolution, and based on the demolition permit, obtaining the development order for the entire site, the completion of the restaurant expansion, the other building permits that have been mentioned, and the preparation and submission of a building permit for a new office and new 14 units, which is still pending, qualifies as compliance within the first 60 months. Our exhibits that we have submitted for the record would be illegible development order sheets 1 through 6, my January 11th, 2021 memo, the PowerPoint, and then we have a cost. So we've itemized the cost of investment that this owner has invested since 2015. And right now I'd like to ask Doug Spearensmith to address that issue of his good faith reliance on the approvals and to discuss and present the costs. I'm here for any questions before or after.
Is there anywhere where it's documented all these different phases and what they are?
If you would look, let's say, well, you're actually holding it. So if you open that's the development order. He's holding 3A of the development order, which is attached to my memo, and I'll go back to it.
I see a phase A and I see a phase C.
There. Has a whole list. It has the restaurant phase, which can be independent. So there's an A, a C, a B2, a D. Restaurant expansion can be with other phases or independent. It's highlighted and states there. Then it also lists the accessory uses as additional phase.
It calls all these phases, but it doesn't call the restaurant a phase. This is going to be accomplished with other phases.
Or independently. We would respectfully submit, since it can be done independently, that's clearly a phase. And I think you'll see that the expenditures are around $800,000+ since 2015 to continue with active pursuit of development and redevelopment, rather, of Matanzas Inn. We would look for council to be supportive of property owners who are investing and continuing to invest and have a pending building permit to build that next building.
Doug, you want us to come up?
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Doug Spearensmith. My wife and I are the owners. Thank you for your time today. Since 2015, I think we've proceeded in a nice, logical way with staff to finish the restaurant expansion. We filed the development order. We met with the town numerous times, relating the sidewalks on Crescent Street. Applied for a building permit for the first phase of the resort redevelopment. So I think we've relied on the resolution. We've acted in a responsible way. We have to admit, we underestimated the complexities of balancing existing buildings with time, with complexities of market, and it's been difficult to keep it in perspective. But the building that is pending permit deals with, it utilizes all the density in the approval. It's a meaningful step to memorialize what that site was approved as. It'll be a good addition to the Crescent Street. It's in scale of everything else that's happening on Crescent Street, and it is consistent with the resolution. Pointed out that the MCP, the Master Concept Plan, references the restaurant expansions. The site plan that was approved is a little cryptic, but in the detail that was approved in the 2015 hearings, there was much detail as to what the phasing would be on the restaurant component of the site. There was a lot of discussion at that hearing on what the restaurant expansion would be. So we did clarify for the record in my December 10th memo to Jason, which is part of the packet, that detail is presented, which outlined where the restaurant expansion would be. That exhibit is more detailed representation of what is on the MC. So the record is clear, even if it might seem a little cryptic. That was the intent of the resolution, our commitments to the restaurant expansion. I don't believe it's in the record yet, but I have an exhibit detailed relating to our expenses, relating to the demolition, relating to the new phase, the building permit application, as well as since 2015, for those who may or may not know, there's been an awful lot of changes at McCandless Inn. Lots of reconstruction, lots of cosmetic redo, a lot of marina redo. So it is significantly different than it was 8 years ago when my wife and I became the primary owners. So this exhibit outlines a lot of other redevelopment expenses, not relating to this new phase that's pending building department, but it shows our commitment to improving the property and making it a nice addition. Anyway. Did you?
You did.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Smith?
I'm still kind of stuck on this phasing. So here it says B2 is a new south building, and I don't see anything in the drawing that says south building. Phase D says new north building, and similarly.
And I can address that. You know, the nuances of CPD with existing buildings as well as existing businesses can get complex. And it's quite an organic process. Roxanne, you probably remember that in the final approval, suddenly the density changed by 44 to 36 units. The, what else changed that day? Time frame that the zoning was approved changed from 20 years to 10. These phasing options were identified, whether it was restaurant or the site itself. We couldn't answer all those questions on the master concept plan of option of maybe you redevelop over an existing building versus build a new building. There's always a train of thought where you bulldoze everything that's on the site and then you start over, and then it's sort of easy. One might be one building, two, it might be three, but you bulldoze it all, you start over. You know, basically bulldozing everything, starting over. In our case, it wasn't clear because the density changed in the final approval. The option to build above floodplain in some locations. And have the answers to all that perfect plan. We created phasing which allowed flexibility.
When it says the south building and the north building indicated in your plan, did you have a building in mind for those?
We had a parking plan and a building, yes. But we always created the flexibility to find that phase different. So.
What is, I'm getting to harp on this, but it seems like we have 4 phases and I'm really not sure what 2 of them are. The south building and the north building, where there's nothing indicated in the plans, it doesn't sound like there's any real intent to do B.
Well, it certainly isn't the case that there was no intent, it just we didn't have the answer. So on the south building, that's an existing single-story, 12-unit motel building. We wanted the option to build above that building phase. I believe that's why it's B2. Alternative was you bulldoze all the buildings, build basically 3 new phase buildings. What is in front of you, what is pending at the building department is just a combination of those phases into one new building. Clear as mud, yeah.
Based on Bill's question, I'm still not sure I understand. Tell me if I'm correct. There were 2 buildings mentioned in prior plans, and now you're saying it's 1 building?
No, there were 3 pods in the original approval. The option of removing one of those pods and building on an existing building. As the next phase of the redevelopment of all of those buildings, proposing phases A and C. New building consistent with the MCP. We're just deciding that for now that we're just going to do this. We still have the option to do more, change it. In this case, we're proposing doing phases A and C, 14-unit building. Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense. That's all. As a small business, we're always trying to figure out how big of a bite at the apple should we do? Why would you do it? Last building I built on the beach was Harbor House. sounded great on paper in 2008 when we started construction. And it became a very difficult, so this building that we have proposed is a good size. The site, it's consistent with the MCP. But it's a logical step we're prepared to do.
As of now, and in a sense that the clock is ticking, you have no intention of doing U and D.
One thing I've learned is don't predict. My intention fully is to be in compliance with finishing the project in total within the 10 years.
It also sounds like, I'm trying to understand what's going on with these other two phases, sorry from beating this around here, but it sounded like you thought it was like either or. Like one of these phases have been tear down a building and build it, where another would have been building on top of it.
I don't have the answer to that. I think I am pretty fluid on what the decision will be at a given time, given what I feel the market might be, what I'm personally capable of. So, not to sound vague, but there are pros and cons to everything. When you're dealing with existing businesses, existing buildings, and new construction. So I think this is a good plan. I brainstormed this with other outside interests and other people that also build buildings. And, you know, there's a case to be said, the next phase, you just put down and you continue the building that we have in the building department now. We could just continue that building with the next phase. So you could argue consistent with the MCP. I don't know what I would do. There are options.
But you're not asking for an extension to the 10-year?
I'm not asking for anything other than to have council agree that we've satisfied condition 5 and that so at the
Just, if I may, and you're here as a proponent, but just for us newer folks, do you think of any neighbors or neighboring businesses or anyone who would be opposed to what you're asking today for any particular reason?
Well, the alternative is to amend the CPD and go through 3 public hearings. So I like myself too much to go through 3 public hearings to change nothing other than continue what was approved. So particularly since I think we've complied with condition 5. So I think we're a good neighbor. I think what we're proposing now in 2015 that was approved was something that no complaints from any. Yes, it would be controversial because I think the application would be controversial. Everything that we're proposing with everything else that's going on scale, parking, buffers.
I have a suggestion. First of all, I want to clear the air because I may have been the driving force behind this coming back. It was never my intent that we vacate what you accomplished. That was not my intent in asking for it to come back. My intent was things were muddy, they needed to be clarified, and we didn't have the adequate information before us to clarify it. I still am feeling that that has not been accomplished. And what I'd like to see is our staff sit down with you and say, okay, where are these phases? A, B, 2, C, D, and the restaurant expansion. Has the restaurant expansion been completed? If so, check that off, and we would then do a resolution or whatever that says the restaurant expansion phase is completed. And list under the other phases what it is that we expect to be completed under A, B, 2, C, and D. But I still feel it's all kind of nebulous. Do you follow what I'm saying? That I just like to make this clear. So that's what I'd like to accomplish before we move forward. Ethan, do you follow what I'm saying? John, is that a reasonable assertion on my part?
I believe that the council's concern throughout this process has been the lack of specificity of, for lack of a better description, I shall begin phase 1 by this date, complete it by this date. I will complete, or let me go back. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 have been completed, checked off.
Yeah.
I now have left phase 3, phase 4, and phase 5, and I plan on doing it with, in the 4 years that remain, 5 years that remain on my approval to commence, a phase 4 on this date, complete it by this date, and go
And that may
sequentially
even be-
until the project is, so everyone knows and everyone understands what the expectations are, when it will be started, when it will be completed within the 10-year timeframe.
And that may be even more detailed than I'm expecting. I just feel like we don't have it nailed down as to, for example, Doug, is the restaurant expansion phase completed?
So J.C. Green Community Development, we were just talking about that, and I think that's the heart of what the issue is, okay? So on the plan, you have a up to maximum 4,000 square foot restaurant paver area, expansion area. You have some outlines of some buildings or additions to that building. And really the question before you is, the 1,400 square foot addition instead of the 4,000 acceptable? Does that meet that?
Well, I think he can always do less.
So
I just
what-
want to know if it's done.
Well, you don't know. What you do have is, and he did pay impact fees for, is the 1,400, I think it was 40 square feet of outdoor seating area that was in the paver area that was on. That's what's essentially been done. Does that meet the minimum standard of a phase? And that's part of the reason why staff has had a hard time with this, because you have phase A, B, C, D, and then you have a restaurant section. If you feel that 1,400 new seating area meets the language of the condition, then move forward. And if not, then we have to do the
But
other.
I think as part of that, we have to say, okay, then that's a phase. He's saying it's done. That's the restaurant expansion phase and it's done.
Well, so then that's the other side of that. It's just because he met the minimum standard and did a smaller, does that mean he's precluded from doing additional later on? I don't know. That's not spelled out in this. It doesn't say if you did 1,400 to the 4,000, you're done. It says-
That's the point that, one of the several points of clarity that we need to get. In other words,
That's what I'm
what
asking.
what is done the end, or is that just a partial part of that phase? So-
Sounds like we have partial parts of all the
I mean, in a
phases,
perfect
but
world, which none of us live in, the phases would be well-defined, the completion dates would be well-defined, and there would be interim steps out of phase 1, which you think would be the first phase, was not completed by a certain date, then you don't go on to phase 2, 3, 4. But that's not how this was set up. And that's why, in consistent with my commitment, that if we couldn't assert from the staff level that 100% of the check boxes were hit, that we were not going to approve things administratively, is why we thought it was important for you all to have some input on this issue. And that's why we're here today.
And that's really the question. The 1,400 square feet outdoor restaurant, that qualify, and does that satisfy the way you're reading of, and again, it's a condition put on by council. As staff, I'm generally, we're uncomfortable interpreting vague language that was adopted by a body, right? So this is what that is. This is vague language. So other things, while I appreciate the input and the amount of money spent and all that, we don't accept that, the engineering, all those types of things, those don't satisfy the condition. Question really is the work, the physical work that's been done, 1,440 square.
It shows intent, but that's, you do a plan and not move forward with it, it doesn't get you to the actual physical construction. You could do a plan, put it on the shelf, and do a new plan 2 years later. So all that stuff is changing.
No, that's just not,
Well,
you can't
it-
say
They,
that.
can I say that?
What? You don't think
Well,
people change their
I
plans all
made-
the time?
I made the statement because the condition says complete.
One at a time.
I mean,
And just, there is another microphone in the middle there.
You can't go just changing. Not to only implement the master concept.
You need to go to the microphone, yep, so we can hear you. yeah.
But and if I may, I think therein lies the issue, which is the master concept plan shows a 4,000 square foot improvement to the restaurant, but all that's been done is 1,400 square foot. So, you know,
So question is to Mr. Spear and Smith, is the restaurant expansion phase done? It's a simple yes or no. Is it done?
Patio expansion phase.
No, no. Is
complete.
the restaurant expansion phase done? Is this all you're going to do?
Oh, but the resolution allows it to be done in phases. There were 4 or 5 options presented in the approval hearing that showed where the restaurant expansions could be. They were put on the master concept plan. We have proceeded. Actually, we intend to expand the restaurant additionally. And we have been penalized, or the record will show at the town that we have used up the 1,400 square feet of 4,000 approved square feet. You know, for the business operator and the property owner, this all makes sense. And you can overthink or micromanage what sequence or why this might be happening. But if you're suggesting that we should sit down with staff, do an inventory of all of our options and check them off as we get through and make sure we don't have too much density on the site or too little parking on the site or we build too much square footage, I think that's a good idea, and staff and the record at the town should have that master control sheet perhaps. That's not what's happening here. We're just, you know, we're just asking a concurrence that we acted in good faith to expand the restaurant as part of the phasing and that it satisfied condition. And we're going to continue implementing the resolution. We have no intention of using up more density. We have no intention of changing the master concept plan without the town. And we have no intention of expanding more than 4,000 square feet.
I've never assumed that you were,
know,
Doug.
I know.
But what I'm saying is, can we get down in black and white? This phase has been completed. Have any of the phases been completed?
In the MCP and in the zoning resolution hearing, there were multiple phases of the motel redevelopment and multiple phases of the restaurant redevelopment. First phase of the restaurant redevelopment has been completed.
And
Mayor and council, if I may, and here's my concern from you as your attorney. And you know, what the applicant has said and what the applicant's attorney has said is consistent with a claim of equitable estoppel, which is we have spent so much time and money on going down this path that it would be inappropriate or illegal eventually, ultimately, for the council to say we don't have the right to proceed. So by asking you to say that they have met all these conditions, that is where ultimately this potentially ends up in a court of law, because if at the end of 10 years, if the project isn't completed, they potentially go to court and say, you know, in 2021, the council said that we had met all the criteria, and we were consistent with the approvals, and we had the right to proceed. Without without any timelines, in the absence of an unequivocal statement by the applicant that at the end of the 10 years, this approval is done and they're going to pursue no further action in furtherance of it, years from between now and then, we're going to be having this constant conversation and discussion, and ultimately it may end up in a court of law at the end of 10 years if the project isn't completed. My suggestion is, along with what the Vice Mayor Hosfrost is, down with the applicant, put some dates. Otherwise, we're or a statement that at the end of 10 years, this approval lapses, and whatever's not been completed is not vested and there's no right to proceed.
Well, my question there, John, would be, I'm just trying to bring this down to where maybe people that are listening can follow along. Essentially, they're asking to move freely within the 10-year timeframe that was originally put in place in the master concept plan. They're trying to say that they're doing that. We're trying to say, we want to know what you're doing when you're doing it. And if you don't finish it within the 10 years, you can't come back after us for 10 years and say, we want a continuance.
And to me, that's the point, is if you're going to say everything is okay, then but at the end of 10 years, if the project hasn't been completed and approved with the master concept plan, it lapses and there's no further entitlements to move forward with the project.
I'd like to hear from Doug as to what he and his council.
I don't begrudge the owner from here saying, hey, I have up to 4,000 square feet. I want to reserve the right to be able to develop up to 4,000 square feet of restaurant modification between now and the end. But it's the point I'm trying to make is, if you all say, well, you can go and do that, property owner, but you have to understand at the end of year 10, if you have not implemented all the provisions of the NCP, it lapses in the absence of a public hearing where you request an extension, where we're going to put specific timeframes on what remains to be implemented.
So is it safe to say that after the 10 years, if what has been approved in the original master concept plan is not done, whether they decide to expand depending on the market or not, that you have to go through the process all over again?
Yes.
I think
Would
they're in agreement with that.
Well, it already says that. So the resolution says that. We're not proposing to change it.
Counselor, you want to?
I was going to say, if you read condition 5, the one thing that is clear about condition 5, it says that 120 months, anything that hasn't been completed is then vacated to the extent you haven't completed pursuant to the master concept plan. It's there. That's the only thing, I mean, that is clear in condition 5. As to the 60 months, it doesn't say that. And we have done so much. We want to continue with the existing zoning resolution, existing development order, and proceed in compliance with that. We're not changing anything.
And if you all are persuaded, then that's simply what you're consistent with your project. You can continue forward. You have until the end of 10 years to implement it in accordance. Otherwise, it lapses within paragraph 5. But I would not recommend that you make any other statements beyond that. Record.
Basically, despite the fact that the council previously approved this with several phases, as it is now, it can take 10 years to do all of the phases. None of them have to be completed before the 10 years.
Based upon the way that it was that it was approved back in 2015, yeah, and I think this is an example of how not to do it.
What was the point of having the 5-year deadline in there?
Whatever the initial benchmarks are that have to be met, and I defer to Mr. Green as to what is. But at the end of 10 years, whatever they haven't done, that's provided for in the original approval. What I understand is they're saying, yes, we agree it would lapse, and if we wanted to continue with the project, we would have to start over from scratch.
We're halfway through that 10 years, remember. September of last year was the 10-year mark.
And from my memory, I would say 80% or more of what was presented to us has not been accomplished. And they've got 5 years left.
First part of that condition, heartburn. What is the first phase? It's undefined.
Well, in the condition, it mentions a certificate of compliance be requested.
Right, so when you finish a project, you finish a building, you finish a paver project or driveways, you generally get PO or certificate of completion or compliance when it's in the building department.
Has that been requested for the restaurant expansion?
The paver outdoor expansion area and the driveway stuff that they did on site has been completed. For other buildings and other things related to the restaurant, but the paver area, yes, is.
So that's like the whole 4,000 plan originally has not been done, but this
There's
1,500 square foot paver.
thousands of pages in the record, and there is a certificate of compliance.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any public comment on this or? Any public comment on this? Does anybody wish to comment on this? No? Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we,
Close the public hearing official.
okay, we'll close the public hearing. I'm going to make a motion that Kansas Inn Commercial Plan Development Project has met the conditions of approval for phase development. Second?
Second that.
Moved and second. Discussion?
I'd like to see that motion amended to include that assertion that they made that they're not going to challenge the 10-year deadline. Say they're not going to, I'd like that included, that 10-year deadline is in stone.
We all know there's never is never, but is that something that would be agreeable, Counselor?
What I would say is, under your code, you're allowed to ask for an extension. So if the owner wants to ask for an extension, it only comes to council and council will make that decision. That is allowed under the code.
Well, I'm going to say, I'm not in favor of vacating anything, as Beverly seemed to worry that is a concern, but I'm also not in favor of the motion. It is nowhere near specific enough to clear up the problem that we have. And I would like to go back to my original assertion that our staff sit down with them, write down, what are these phases? What do they consist of? So that this doesn't come back to us in 10 years and we still not know what was part of phase A or B or C.
I'd raise the question there as to what that would do as far as having a deadline. If they did achieve or didn't achieve, how that would change what could or could not happen at the end of 10 years.
It wouldn't change it because what we're doing is just clarifying what's within each phase.
Any other discussion?
It seems to me the intent of putting deadlines on these things, so they don't just become open-ended projects, just go on forever. And as much as I know they're putting it seems like they're putting a lot of work into going forward with this. So far, they've completed less than half of restaurant expansion that is not even listed as a phase. So, I mean, I think it'd be nice to, make sure that this progresses the way it was originally intended. But I'd like to see some more teeth in there to saying that there's 60 more months to get it done.
Again, I asked the question, if that going to change any argument that could potentially come at the 10-year mark, should they decide they want to extend it further? Not discussions that we could have at that time. Does it have to be at this time?
Certainly, whenever the application comes in, if you don't say it differently, then yes, that in 10 years or in 5 years from now, whoever's sitting up here will have to entertain that request and determine whether or not, an extension is warranted or not. If I may offer a suggestion, in the statute in our code that talks about development agreements, which are similar to CDPs and master concept plans like this, is requires the developer to provide an annual report or an annual report to the government as to where they stand on their project. And those types of development orders provide actually for a 20-year build out and allows obviously for phasing as well. But there's a corresponding requirement that annually the developer submit a report saying, here's where we're at. So you all are kept informed and staff is kept informed of where the overall redevelopment project is at.
So I'm the motion maker. Mrs. Grady and Doug, is that a condition that you'd be willing to accept an annual report about the status of your development? An annual update, that's all.
Yes.
Okay, very good. I will amend my motion to include an annual update as to the status and progress of this project.
I'll amend my second.
Move in second. Any further discussion?
I just don't think that solves the problem.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 3-2. Vice Mayor Frost and Councilman Veach dissenting.
And I want to accept this going forward, but I just feel like there needs to be a little more structure.
And
Okay.
If I could explain my vote too, I appreciate the intentions of my fellow counselors in getting clarity, but I do think doing business on this island is a little bit of a challenge, given the fact that Red Tide shut the island down in 18 and to plan for these things, it's very difficult to plan for a catastrophic event for that. And for pandemic, another example. I mean, it's great to have these goals and guidelines, and I think that's well intentioned, but the reality of trying to do business on this island, I think we need to leave some flexibility to the business owner.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then get back to Publix.
Thank you.
When they first did it.
1:10. I'm gonna call the meeting back to order and reopen the public CPD amendment. What do we have to do here, John?
It was deferred, so need a motion to, take the item back up, place it back on the table for consideration.
I'll move to place the public's ordinance back on the proposed ordinance back on the table.
Second? Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries. Back on.
Thank you for allowing us the time to speak to our applicant here. If you just allow me 1 minute to conclude this matter here. We've been before this town 4 times now on this same application. It originally started, as you know, as the addition of a liquor store, but it's morphed along the way. And although ultimately it'll be a benefit for Publix to add in that liquor store, there's also some concessions that Publix has given up along the way that'll benefit for the town and the community. Been putting the liquor store to the side for a second. You know, there was a lot of mention about the pharmacy and why in the last 20 years or so. There's a cost involved with this process, and there's financial benefit is not always in excess of what that cost is. Amending the CPD loan to just a pharmacy, I don't know what their level of thinking was at corporate, but today amending the CPD would allow both the use of pharmacy in addition to the liquor store. A number of other concessions occurred along the way that are of great benefit to the, I think for lighting is great. That addition of the stormwater certification, which we've had a chance to work with your town on and see that's important to the community, the neighboring properties, we agreed to provide that every 5 years. Ultimately, you're going to have a parking lot for the grocery store customers. It allows for better ingress and egress, not a right turn lane, not an entrance, backing for 4 vehicles, exit and 2. Whether or not they build a liquor store, benefit comes with the amendment to the CPD. Whether or not they include a pharmacy, that benefit comes. You asked me to reach out to the applicant for the other concessions as to bags, fireworks, and lanterns. I was able to reach somebody in legal today that is fireworks anymore, not sell lanterns anymore. However, we're not able to reach somebody bags. As our representative from the district manager's office confirmed, Publix has got that on their consideration. Well, now, things have changed with the current status of our environment today because of coronavirus. There are certain customers who want to use, everybody's using gloves. The economic impact that that brings to a beach community. Again, Publix has considered it a long time. They know and understand the needs of the. It's still on their agenda. We're going to push for bags more so this location than any other. They can't. Had the great opportunity to work with Jason Green and the rest of your staff on a lot of these items. It's been months now, as you know. Delays were not our fault if we COVID. That for the first reading, which I voted to approve, after consideration from staff, which found this application consistent. Item here, second and final reading.
Thank you. Okay, council.
A quick question, if I may, Mayor. Was the 500-foot rule in place, it was before my time, for the liquor store that existed at the old Tops location? Was this rule in place when that was built or when that came about?
I don't know the date on that. There's, I believe the 500-foot regulation is consistent from old Lee County codes. It's been pretty consistent for 30, 40 years. The current code is a little bit different than that, but I don't believe they had a special exception on that for it may have pre-existed that, but fell under the Lee County. I'd have to look. I didn't. It was old.
Jason, during the break, you were saying to me several explanations of the 500-foot rule. Could you please repeat those?
Right,
for
so
the
remember,
entire council?
town regulations are with liquor, it's similar to the consumption on premise, and the liquor package stores. 500-foot separation, except if you apply for a special exception or through the CPD. Right, the CPD can't apply for a special exception available to them because it's their own zoning district. So you have to come in and ask for that use to be added to their schedule of uses. And that's when you evaluate whether distance less than 500 feet is acceptable. If they had a regular zoning district, like a commercial boulevard or something like that, they could do this similar process, but it would be a special exception. Several of those. It's not you can't do it because of the 500 violation. It's if it's less than 500 feet, this is the process by which to. And even if they were over 500 feet, it still would be this process because they have to.
Councilman Allers, based upon checking online, the alcoholic beverage regulations the town currently is applying to this particular application have been in existence since 2012. But as Mr. Green indicated, there are similar regulations that the town inherited from Lee County upon incorporation. Existing regulations have been here in place since 2012.
Questions?
I just have a question for is the regional manager here from Public still? Oh, if I could just ask you a question. You may have been in the hallway talking with corporate when some of the public testified, but it's as if there's a concern about the folks who are selling working at the liquor store, being aware of the continual problematic characters on the island. And if we have somebody off the island who doesn't have appropriate security training, they may be trained in liquor sales. They don't have the appropriate security training. They don't know the island. They don't know the people on the island. I'm concerned they would know who to sell to, who not to sell to. I wondered if you could, and you'd mentioned you don't have anybody who's a full-time security person on location. Is there anything that you could tell these neighbors to reassure them? Because I didn't feel terribly reassured that their concerns were addressed.
I could share, again, when I talk about how we train our associates, especially our management on security protocols in the store and how to manage that comes with first level management all the way up to store manager, which is redundant. We do it often and it's upgraded yearly. So that's in place. But I can give you from own experience from running a small footprint like we have down the street here on Fort Lauderdale Beach, which certainly had its experiences and opportunities with vagrants in the store. We managed it. And Fort Lauderdale Beach had quite a bit of challenges there. And if the store management team is, like the one gentleman at the liquor store says, we know how to manage vagrants. We just don't, we do too. We know how to identify and to encourage and to sometimes escort, have them taken off or get the law enforcement involved. I'm confident that my team that's at that store knows how to do that. And I've done it myself as in that position as a store manager on a Fort Lauderdale Beach. So I'm pretty familiar with the challenges that are going to be coming that way.
I appreciate that. Does it present any logistical challenges that the building the liquor store itself is a separate building? In other words, will they have that liquor store won't have a manager in that store? It'll have some regular line employee there, correct? Making these decisions, or
it's a separate entrance, but attached to the building. Okay, so that it is attached. And like I said, we have what's called a liquor specialist or whatever. They're trained in all these assets too. But there's not only, and we're not supposed to say how many panic, but they carry a panic button, which will immediately notify our the security, eco industry, ADT, but also notify when you hit that button. It goes. They don't call you to see if everything's okay. They call the police department. Okay, and send and an officer is sent to the location. That's how important. That's in every liquor store we have, and that matter in our back offices where we do our accounting. So that we have those kind of protocols in place, the safety of the associate, but also And again, if anybody ever came in to rob a store, take the beer, take the money, and be on your way. We're not in there for a confrontation. We never. That's how we train ourselves. We want them to move on.
I'm more concerned about the impact on the neighbors. You mentioned that it's connected to the store, but there is a wall between the liquor store and the Publix, correct?
That is correct.
So does the manager then have a camera that they'll be able to monitor what's going on in the liquor store? I wonder how that, with the manager not in the store or having access to the store, except going out, literally leaving Publix and going to the liquor store, how will they manage the day-to-day operational dynamics? Sounds like you've had that experience, but how do you prevent that just that online, employee? I mean, how do they take all the steps that'll be necessary to be sensitive to the impact on the neighborhood, knowing who the troublemakers are, knowing who the repeat offenders are? How is that, are we gonna count on that line? Is a manager all the way in a separate building how do you resolve that locational separation in terms of the professionalism that you're talking about?
I can tell you, well, the store manager who's been there now has been there for 2 years, Daryl, and this team has been there, and I don't move them on purpose because you get to know your beach. You get to know, it's a unique situation out here. He knows his customers well. He knows the hotel owners. He talks to the business partners around that know how to forecast business. He's really got his finger on the pulse of the island. Now we'll leave him there because of that, because he knows how to operate. With that said, where his office is in the front end, where he mainly is, it's a closer walk to the front door of that liquor store than it is back to the produce department in the store. So logistically, it's almost like another department. Yes, he would have to go outside the door into the front door of the liquor store, but that would be a shorter walk than him going into his back room of his store or to the back door receiving area. It would be a closer walk. I believe he would, if an issue came up, yes, he has camera surveillance that he can look on his desk and see inside the liquor store at any time he wants. It's going to be a very short walk, into the liquor store to monitor. And that's how we're set up at all stores, because legally that's what you can't put it in the same building. And all my managers, liquor stores there's a high presence in them. Our managers know to visit and in and out of the stores multitude of times a day.
How many employees would be working in the liquor store on a regular basis? How many Publix employees would be in there?
Depending on the time of year, the seasonality of it. And again, 1 to 2. Most of the time there's going to be 2 because you're working product, and then there's 1 at the register. So most of the times, but there will probably be times where there's 1. I'd say great majority of the time 2.
If I may, while you're up there, you did a great job of explaining to us how well things will be protected once they get inside the store. But I'm still struggling with hearing any plans of what you will do to protect the people outside the store, not across the street. But unfortunately, we do have a problem with vagrants, and we do have a problem with loitering at some of the places that do sell alcoholic beverages. I haven't heard anything yet that has eased my mind as to what's going to happen once you leave the store. I understand the manager can come out and move them, but there's been really no discussion about that, of someone sitting under a tree or jumping the fence into a neighbor's backyard, or to me, that's a big concern, especially since you've heard from some of the neighbors that are around there that's a big concern from them. And I share that same concern, that although I understand the inside of the store is well protected, so far I'm not hearing anything that's going to protect the parking lot. And once they leave the parking lot, I understand it's no longer your responsibility, but there's a transition there that I don't feel has been covered.
Appreciate that, Kyle. I think our team, and what I wanted to share was where understands those challenges now. I mean, yes, liquor and spirits will be sold, but we still sell wine and those things right now, which attract kind of clientele. So I believe they're already dealing with those kind of challenges. Will there be more with the liquor store? There could be, but I think they're already in position where they have dealt with that. Numerous of walking into their parking lot, hanging out, or shopping in the store. They've had to already deal with that. Barely comes in stores when it comes to all opportunities. Check that. Now, if we did see a rise in anything that Publix knows how to react to that. I had experiences over, I came from the East Coast of Miami and Fort Lauderdale. Has put back at HUD or security. I ran that one store that was really not appreciated by the customers. They felt they loved their little store on the beach and like seeing an armed guard at the front door. So we ended up going away with that. And or as me being the store manager, we were able to manage it just fine. That answers your. I think this team that's at the store now is already managing that. Again, I said, not liquor, but we do sell beer and wine and opportunities already.
And I'm not trying to monkey wrench in the program, if for lack of better terms, but, you know, with the additional costs that the island residents paid to shop at that store, and fortunately with some of the incidents that have happened on the island with some vagrants, I think it's a legitimate concern that should be discussed. And quite frankly, I'm a little shocked that Publix hasn't talked about it at all, that I can recall, other than being coerced into talking about it. And I'm still not hearing anything that addresses that issue.
I can't, I'm sure it was talked about. We have a loss prevention department that monitors, tracks all issues at any of our stores. Those incidents rise to an issue, we, security hasn't risen to that, at that location. I can't speak for the entire beach or other places of business, I just can't. But I know my store, and I know the incidents that occur there, except for a couple little shoplifting issues. It hasn't risen to, but it has not to the loss prevention department felt necessary to the measures in place. That I can speak of.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other discussion among the council?
Just to move things along, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 19-14 with additional conditions to Exhibit A, that this Publix will not sell fireworks or Chinese lanterns, and institute a procedure that employees offer options to plastic bags as a preference. Do I need to state any other conditions or anything? Or any other findings?
Obviously, that as part of the condition that the council believes that the applicant has met the criteria in the code in the granting of the requested amendment to the CPD, that the project as a whole is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan.
If I could repeat those words, I would, but I incorporate those into my motion.
Is there a second to that motion? Motion fails for lack of a second. I will make a motion to deny the amendment to the Publix CPD. Second?
Second that.
Move in second. Discussion? I'll discuss it. As I mentioned earlier, I was on the council that approved Publix. When the Publix was approved 20 some odd years ago, to me, it was a no-brainer. Who wouldn't want a supermarket on the island? Who wouldn't want that? Everybody wanted it. It was a no-brainer. We worked, although, be that as it may, there was plenty of opposition, believe me, plenty of opposition. We worked with the neighbors, the surrounding neighbors in Ocean Harbor. We worked with the neighbors to the south. There was all kinds of concessions made and so forth and so on. The Publix never came forward asking for a liquor store because they knew it was a deal breaker. They knew it. They also never came forward with a pharmacy, which is what we needed. And today, we still need another pharmacy on the island, and they won't come forward with that. We don't need another liquor store. We've got plenty of liquor here on the island. Plenty. If you doubt me, go try to get a drink right now. I have nothing against drinking, nothing against alcohol. I've been known to have a drink myself on occasion. What we need is a pharmacy. CVS has as nice as they are, Jim, and they are very nice down there. They have a monopoly here on the island. They have a monopoly. And we're at their mercy. Liquor, there are liquor stores available on the island already. There's more liquor off this island. You could sink every shrimp boat in Florida with all the liquor that we have around here. So we don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need it. And I'm not defaming Publix. Publix, you're a great corporate citizen. I'm in there every day. I brought these donuts, those donuts. The girls, they all know me in there. I love your store. I love your store. You gotta work with us. You gotta work with us better. I mean, maybe it would have gone through with the bags today. I don't know. I don't know. But that's not good enough for me, because the bags are gonna be outlawed soon enough. Mark my words. They will be outlawed, Bill, and you know it as well as I do. But I'm not going to support more liquor here when what we need is a pharmacy. When Jim and Deb Figueroa were going to sell that property, the marina in the back, they went looking for somewhere or someone to buy the property so they could develop it. They went to Publix because we had a need, we had a demand for a shopping store, a grocery store here. Perfect. It fulfilled the need. Fulfilled the need. And it was conditioned in such a way, and life went on merrily ever after. But not to beat the dead horse, but what we need is the pharmacy. I am sympathetic to the surrounding neighbors. I'm watching that down there myself when I drive by daily. I see what's congregating in the shelter there. I see what's congregating over by the fountain. I haven't been to the neighbors' homes and underneath their homes early in the morning, but I don't doubt what they say. I don't doubt what they say. That's a problem that we have to address. This added on top of it will only exasperate the problem. And by God, we don't need that. We don't need that. So I'm not going to, I'm going to vote against this. I'm going to vote for my motion. And I hope that then I'll get a couple of other members to come along with me. Further discussion.
If I may, Mr. Merritt, for me, it's difficult, as I've said, to get around the safety issue. The 500-foot rule was put in place for a reason. I think the community came out today and expressed their concern with the safety issues. I live in that neighborhood, so I'm fully aware of some of the things that they're talking about that happen there on a daily basis. And much as I love Publix like everyone else, I mean, I'm there every day, walk there, we go there almost every day. I feel there's just too many unanswered questions at this point to be able to approve this without having more information to give to our constituents as to how they will be protected. I just can't support it at this time.
Further discussion?
If I may, here. I'm sorry. Just as I indicated to Vice Mayor, and the same applies to Councilmember Allers. I hear what you're saying, and I just want, for the record, this is quasi-judicial nature. Sounds to me, in the criteria that we have in our code, that you're making a determination that the project is not compatible with existing or planned uses and would cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property, as the criteria in the code that you're applying, that this project apparently does not meet based upon what you've heard here today.
Yeah, the 500-foot issue is
What he's saying is you need to amend your motion.
Fine. I'll amend the motion to reflect that objection is to the criteria that are not being met. Satisfactory?
Yes, sir.
I'll amend my second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, which is to deny the amendment to the public CBD, signify by saying aye.
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 I'm sorry, it is an ordinance, so it does require a roll call vote.
Councilman Allers.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Nay.
Mayor Murphy, aye. Councilman Adderholt.
Aye.
Councilman Veach.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 4-1 with the Vice Mayor dissenting. Okay. The next item is final public comment. Any public comment? Anybody?
Thank you.
Hearing none, we'll move on to the town manager's items.
Mr. Mayor, I have 3 items to bring to your attention. The first item is, as you may recall, I believe it was Council Adderholt asked us to arrange for FP&L to come before Town Council. We've finally been able to reach someone in middle management and FP&L who's looking into the turtle versus safety lighting issue for us. We have a conversation scheduled for later this week, and we're hoping that will culminate with them coming before council in the first meeting in February. Second item I want to bring to your attention is the contractor and our construction team for our infrastructure project met with me and advised me that to do Primo Drive in terms of the rehabilitation of the road, can either take 4 days and create huge logistical problems for traffic on that street, or be done in the course of one evening overnight. Basically starting at 8 p.m. and of course, when it's done, but no later than 6 a.m. The street would be closed to vehicles during the time while the asphalt is hardening. But in the event that someone doesn't get home before 8 p.m., we have an alternate place where they can park their vehicle and walk to their home. I believe that's the best approach, and I wanted to bring it to your attention in case you have any concerns. There will be some incidental noise. The OSHA requires that certain vehicles have backup beepers or whatever. That's unavoidable. But in terms of the pain inflicted on the street, this would be the quickest way to get through that.
Have you had any conversations with the residents of the street?
There's a notice about that's either gone out to them or is about to go out to them to inform them of that. Frankly, it's not something we can really take a poll on. It's just either listen to 4 days of pain or 1 night of pain. It's going to be painful either way.
And you're letting them know that in a letter?
Yes, there's a letter being hand delivered to everyone's door.
Okay.
And last but not least, is some of the council members may recall, I don't believe this was the new council, but the prior council. They recall that I recommended for us to change our healthcare administrator to a consortium. The reason for that change was that if our claims experience was less than our premium, under that scenario, we'd be eligible for a credit. That doesn't mean that our premium won't go up next year or the year after or whatever, but it means in that particular year, our experience was less than where we could have been eligible for credit. With the typical healthcare administrator, they would just keep that as profit. This is part of the premium. However, as being part of consortium, we're entitled to a rebate. So for the year that ended in September 30th, 2020, we received $116,234 credit we'll be entitled to. My intention to take that money and put it in a healthcare reserve to offset a future premium increase. I do want you to know that the town was able, at least for today, save $116,000 in change.
Beautiful. Keep them healthy.
I've got a question, Roger. What's your gut feel about the possibility of getting grants for Bay Oaks? Are there portions of that are more grantable than others?
Well, there's a couple things. One is you have to have a viable project. And I'm not sure, we have a project concept, but I don't know that we have a viable project with buildable plans now. And that's what most grantors are going to be giving money to. Basically, you've heard the term shovel-ready projects. Project is not shovel-ready at this point. So that's sort of, one challenge that we need to overcome. The other challenge is the principal place that we would go for grants is the state. And you were briefed by our lobbyists about some of the financial challenges in the state and what their priorities are. So That's a secondary challenge. But I believe we have a very strong team here in terms of looking for grant opportunities. Our staff knows that in town and this side, it's part of their jobs to go after grants. They know that if there's a grant opportunity that they believe is has a lot of potential for the town, and the grant application process is super sophisticated, that we would spend money for a grant writer as needed if that case arose. But I do think that there will be some opportunities. Again, we're not focusing that is it an opportunity for Bay Oaks, or is it an opportunity for Bayside, or is it an opportunity? We're looking at all the opportunities, so we don't really care where it's coming from. We can save money on Times Square. That's more money for the council to theoretically to reallocate if it so desires. But we're exploring all the opportunities. Parks tends to be cyclical in terms of it's hot, then it's cold. Right now it's cold. Be hot next year, I don't know. But the point is until we get a set of buildable plans, even if we were to apply, we would be ranked so low, I doubt we would be successful. So I would urge council to, is it comfortable to make decisions about the project so that we can proceed to get buildable plans and position ourselves for grant opportunities. Now, there is one grant opportunity that staff was looking at. And unfortunately, the deadline, I believe, is the end of this month. And where we are today, I don't know that we would consider it seriously for the grant. Doesn't mean I won't the staff time and effort to throw in an application anyway, because that in and of itself is a learning experience. But I think it's going to be somewhat difficult to be successful with the project being somewhat on hold while some of these things continue to be discussed. Times Square, we think we have an avenue to get some money through there, and we have some conference calls later this week to try to work on that. And we'll continue to pursue every opportunity that comes across League of Cities, the International City Managers Association, various specialized associations, and everything else.
So when does once the shovel is in the ground, does that opportunity go away?
Not necessarily. The sort of sweet spot is between the time the plans are completed and the time you issue a construction contract, because some of the grants, particularly the government grants, have certain reporting requirements, and that needs to be contractually part of the contract. But that's a sweet spot. But there might be other opportunities even after you're done. And you can even get a grant after the building is done. You can get someone to come along and say, I think you guys did a great job, and then I want to give you, like a case today, $18,000 for your children's programs or stuff like that. But important thing to remember is that, as I may have said to some of you individually, is that we don't have sort of an extra pot of money. We take money and we allocate it to something, as in the case of the Times Square stuff. That means we took money away from something else. So now, we may deem the thing we took money away from unimportant and not needed to be funded or put on a very, very low priority for 10 or 15 years later. That may be true, but concept that, the only new money that I see coming into this project are grants that we received, donations we received, and any new tax dollars that the council may want to put in the kitty to sweeten the pot. And of course, we will work with the community to work on fundraising efforts that they put forth. We also, even when we get the thing built, and even we can figure out a way to fund the delta between the current budget and what it might potentially be, then we still have to outfit the building. That's no chairs, no tables, no nothing inside the building. We have to fund all of that too. And once we get the building up and operational, then you have to start funding the programs. If you're gonna have outdoor events, someone needs to pay for the band or the movie or whatever it is that's gonna be out there. So we'll have to fund that. So there's a lot of dominoes here. Kind of stuck about 3 dominoes or 4 dominoes in, and we really need to see if we can find a way to move it forward.
Anything else, Roger?
That's it, sir.
I had a separate question for Roger, if I might. Some time ago, we allocated money for and voted on the firm that was doing the review of our LDC. Do you have any idea? Are they 50% through? Are they 75% through?
I don't have the current update from that because I sort of lost track from before the holidays, but we will include that update in the monthly report that we're about to receive, release to the council from the Community Development Department.
Okay, thank you.
We're already on, we kind of touched on it. I don't know if it's appropriate time to bring it up, but I know that Roger has said it, but it appears that he's looking for some direction from us on the Bay Oaks, how to proceed. As of right now, it seems like it's just sitting there in a stalemate. I think the committee made a very good point of what they were looking for. But I think we, as the council, were willing or ready to make some suggestions or direct the town manager in a direction to continue the designing phase.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I don't know if you wanted to NNP it or if you want to do, what you all want to do.
I was going to suggest making sure at a minimum, Councilor Allers, that it's on the M&P agenda. I did hear, and maybe I misheard, it sounds like the design team has done some additional work to try to address some of the board cab concerns. I misunderstand that?
Well, no, that's when the board cab concerns got raised, the design stopped. However, there was a period of time between when the council looked at the plan, which was a plan to show the council what could be built within what we understood your budget to be. Clearly, if the budget's bigger, we could build more. If it's that number, we're probably about where we are. So there was a couple of, I don't know, days or a week that was in the middle where at that point, the consultant continued to work on the plan. And there's a little bit of a more refined drawing that was included in your packet today and was provided to BORCAB for their meeting on Tuesday of last week with regard to latest view of the amphitheater. It's in your kit that was given.
But the sort of the detail of that new iteration hasn't really been formally presented to us, aside from that insertion in the book.
No, because it stopped them because we were at the crossroad of, is
Gotcha.
it standalone amphitheater or is it part of the building?
No, and I
And
think
the, and the issue there, just to be clear, is, and I think Barbara Hill made the comment, and that is that if the ideal place for an amphitheater is behind home plate in a large field, and by the way, there is 2 fields, and I think it was misstated earlier that there was only one. But that is the ideal place, and that is also one of the places we could put the building. That needs to be reconciled one way or the other.
I would certainly be supportive of making sure that we work through that at the next M&P.
I'd say, let's not put it on the MMP. MMP is for us to discuss, not make decisions. We've discussed this to death. It needs to go on the agenda for an official vote at the next council meeting.
I agree with Vice Mayor Hossafras. I think that give us a week to have whatever conversations you want to have, allow the public to have their final word, and then have a meet where we can vote on something.
With me.
And I would be fine with that, except a number of folks made the point today, and I think it's a fair point. And I know the difficulty in doing cost estimates, but we really are void of any sort of detailed cost estimates of a standalone amphitheater. We know how much roughly what the sort of the town's budget conscious plan is. I just think it would be helpful to get some ballpark numbers so we can some broader conception of what the broader costs are, so we can not only make decisions but also prioritize those decisions, as particularly as we discuss phases. I think it's there's a lot of numbers floating around out there, and I'm not sure I could intelligently make a decision until we get some firming up of those numbers. And
Yeah.
again, I understand construction estimates are difficult, but at the same time, we could at least get a ballpark, I think.
Well, Counselor, we shared with you all some numbers from Nita, and, and that's a pretty expensive alternative, if you will. So, there's a range. There's the amphitheater that kind of looks like a bus shelter. So if you will, the Times Square / Bayside Park ones. Okay. And then you go from there, you go up to the Sydney Opera House. So, just really depends on what you want to spend. I think the real issue is that if the decision is if you want a standalone amphitheater, one of you made the comment earlier today. It's fine, but that means that's a phase date unknown. And that's a decision that you could reach, and it sounds like some of the people on the committee might be okay with that. Versus sort of the bird in the hand decision. And if you elect to go with the option of a standalone amphitheater for a future phase, just be ready that the day after phase 1 is done, there are going to be people knocking on your door about funding phase 2.
I understand. So just given the fact that it's 151, just in a sentence or two, could you explain the modifications that were made in the town's proposal to the amphitheater to try to address some of the concerns that were made?
Well, in my viewpoint, the original drawing that you or months ago, whenever that was literally while they were driving here, they were drawing a platform on the back of the building. And therefore, all the columns weren't removed, and it was really almost a back of a napkin sketch. There's a whole level, as I guess you could do on a computer. And since then, they were able to spend a couple more days on that concept, and that's the drawing that was in your kit. And by the way, by all means, that's not done either. That's just, if the other one was at 2%, this is at 10%. But I think we'll have to judge whether that gets you closer to something you'd be comfortable with. Understand, the amphitheater itself and performance and all other aspects, whether you can walk between the back of the amphitheater and the new building or you can't. Okay? Clearly, if you have a freestanding amphitheater, you have more design flexibility because it's a freestanding building than you would if it's attached to another building and the building has to flow together. But there's a cost goes with that.
It's kind of interesting. You're talking about what kind of amphitheater to build, because I recently went to a concert at the Arts, this Fort Myers, or the Fort Myers Arts Center up on, and they have a huge shell, huge cement band shell. The concert was around the other side of the building, and it was essentially built out of pallets with the stage. And even with that space, they had little squares where you would sit and you have distance between people. So, a grand shell may not have as much use as maybe is thought, which kind of lends some options. It may be making something, if it's not a grand shell, if it's just something really modest, they may be putting it somewhere separate.
Well, again, there's the home plate location is not the only location. It's just probably if you were to tick off the points, on a point system, that would be one of the higher rated locations. There are other locations that may not receive as many points, but could function.
Roger, how much time would the design firm need to be able to present us with the option of the band shell where it is, finding the design that we saw today, in a second option of putting it in phase two somewhere else, being essentially the same type of design that we have, but currently, but adding the standalone amphitheater in a different location. It seems like that's the biggest hiccup. I think we've covered the phasing of it. It seems like the committee and the council are in favor of going down the phasing, path, but without being able to see it. It appeared that without them being able to see, or people being able to see essentially what it could look like and what we could work towards, it's gonna be a decision the five of us have to make and move forward. How much time would they need to put those two general things together?
Well, in lieu of what happened, I would hate to roll out another diagram of the band shelter without it being significantly further along, because I don't want to get into this, wasn't fully developed, so therefore I don't like it because it doesn't look good or whatever, or it has some other deficiency. So I would say that probably, if you wanted it at an M&P, probably March. If you wanted it at a council meeting, February.
I think I've been pretty clear as where I stand. I don't want it to go backwards. I don't want it to stall out. I don't like the fact that we potentially could be losing out on grants because we don't want to make a decision. I agree with Vice Mayor Hosfrost. We've kind of talked about this ad nauseum, and I've had quite a few conversations with members of the committee, and it doesn't appear to me that they're steadfast on having the standalone amphitheater as they are on being able to have the willingness to phase in some of the other things that they'd like to see that they worked on in their plan. I would be comfortable moving forward with basically what we have, adding the phasing that they can see where we're at, where we could go.
We pretty much agreed to that today.
If we want to wait till March to bring it up in an M&P, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
There's also two different phasing plans, right? One is, like you say, start with what we have now, where the phasing is eventually, if we need to extend the building and maybe potentially put a small amphitheater down at the end, in the corner down by the existing gym, or go with their plan, which means you don't have an amphitheater, that building the building along the pool.
I would be comfortable with moving it along with the amphitheater where it's at, showing it a little more finalized so you can see what it is, but also including extension or the potential extension to the building that's there, along with whatever it's phase two or phase three, so they could see what the final product could be.
You're saying the starting point would be what we have now for our 30%.
No, I don't, based on what I've been told and in the conversations that I've had, that the budget that we're working with, I don't see how we're gonna have to decide, something's gonna have to give. Either they're not going to get the amphitheater, and they maybe will get a bigger building. They might get an amphitheater later. As I said, I think Allison and her team did a great job of trying to incorporate everything that's been discussed over the last 3 years and get it within the budget. Not everybody's gonna be happy, I'm saying, and I completely understand that, but at some point, we have to move this forward, and I feel like if we just keep pushing it down the road, it's not gonna look good for anybody. Nothing's gonna happen. And more that I see this amphitheater, I was one of the proponents of having a standalone amphitheater. I'll be the first to admit it. But now that I see a design that shows something that potentially could be the exact same thing, just that it's incorporating some of the facilities, the restrooms, the changing rooms, that could be the same as a standalone building, I would hate to see for this project stall out because you may or may not get a standalone amphitheater. That made sense.
I think you're getting back to the Ascension point. I think that, is the consensus on the council, start with this 30% design and say, this is our phase one? Or is it to go with the Bay Oaks desired where it's a whole different design?
I'm in favor of moving forward with the 30% design phase that we have and building off of that. I don't feel that going backwards makes a lot of sense financially or I'm a risk taker, but I don't know if I want to risk the chance of never getting something that was one of the big things that the committee set out to get at in the first place. And that was probably the number one thing, was an amphitheater. Standalone or not standalone, that was the biggest thing, where the community could come together and have a concert or have council debates or have whatever it is that you want to have in that area. I hate to potentially lose that because it's not standalone.
And I'm just saying this for clarification. I agree. I agree. I think the most bang for a buck we get is 30% design for the money we have allocated now. And well, we can call it phases because it's been designed with a way to expand. And, you know, and probably the last phase would be getting rid of the old gym, but that could be well past our tenure.
And as we've stated before, when you start seeing it come out of the ground, that's when the momentum builds. That's when the people start reaching into their pockets. That's when they start donating money. That's when they start getting involved. I think if we can present them with what we've already got, but adding on to it, show them a drawing. This is what the phases are going to look like. This is where the field's going to be. This is where the potential gym could be. That can create the momentum that we need. One, that the decision has been made to move forward. Bay Oaks is getting a facelift. And this is what Bay Oaks could look like over the next 5 years, 3 years, 10 years, whatever it is. That's what I'm trying to get to.
If I heard you correctly, I believe Bill and Ann be on going forward with some version of the 30% plan as amphitheater on the back of the building. I am in agreement with that. That's 3 votes. Roger, is that enough? Or do you need to have this put on an agenda with an official blue sheet and all that?
If the council wants me to restart the design based on that, I will do that. And I'm hearing 3 people are of that mindset.
Thank you.
Sure.
Let me just say this. Procedurally, I think that's a mistake for us to vote on it right now at 2:01 PM with nobody seeing these drawings and getting a better sense of if we're going to try to build public support for this. And I understand all the conversations that have been made thus far, and I respect them. I would think at a minimum, we would put that on the agenda for the next town council meeting, a week away. And we'd at least have a week for people to get a sense of what we're thinking about, what we're talking about. People could be here. The paper could discuss it in advance. A little bit more of a buildup, a little bit more information. I mean, it's 2:01. It'd be nice for people to be able to have some comment on it, to ruminate on it. If we could do that at the next council meeting and have that conversation and vote, I would be much more comfortable. But I certainly support the will of my colleagues. I just think procedurally might serve us all better than doing it at 2:02 in the afternoon. Just a thought.
Councilor Adhall, I don't disagree with you. I have no objections to that. I would argue that this has been out there, this design has been out there since October. It's not like it's just, we're rolling it out there and here it is and we're voting on it. But that being said, I don't disagree and I don't have any objections with putting it on next week's agenda.
Roger indicated that he felt he had guidance from us without putting on an agenda. I'd like to, he feels that that's, keep moving forward, and maybe at the next town council meeting, he can bring us more specific plans, but at least he knows that he's spending his money in the right place, that he's having further development of those plans.
Well, I think you have direction at a minimum. Okay, so you can move forward knowing that you have the support here, and we can memorialize it at the next meeting.
I think that would be, from a communication standpoint, I think that would be more effective.
It'd be great. Be fine with me. Okay. Okay. Town attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Pleasure.
And members of the council. First, Happy New Year to all of you. Hopefully 2021 a little bit better on us and the community than 2020 was. That said, I have some good news and some additional information and for you all to consider and give me some direction. First and foremost, we had a personal injury claim that was brought several years back. It was related directly to the road construction on Estero Boulevard. In the normal course of business, we referred that matter to our League of Cities coverage. They picked up the coverage on that claim. We have actually a number of them. They're all very similarly situated. And the primary defense was it's not our project. We were successful in that. They've resolved the lawsuit in favor, gotten a dismissal of the claim with no exposure and no financial commitment on behalf of the town to the injured party. That's going to all be picked up by the other parties involved and actually have liability for the injuries incurred by the property owner. There's a similar case that, as I mentioned, that's the process, and they're seeking to settle it on similar terms. So hopefully I'll have the good news to be able to tell you that that's also been removed or resolved. If you wish to know, it's a gentleman's name, and this one was Mr. Heinrich. He again filed suit against us, the county, and all the contractors. But it's been resolved favorably to the town.
John, not to interrupt, but I'm seeing some people saying that because your computer is in front of your microphone, it's very
Okay.
difficult to hear what you're saying.
Sorry. So the League of Cities has informed us that they've resolved that litigation favorably to the town with no financial exposure to the town, and looking to have the same result in other similar type of litigation. As I communicated to you all during the holiday season, we did receive an order from the Second District Court of Appeal in the Prasad matter regarding the right or lack thereof to be able to sell alcohol at Sunset Grill behind in the EC zoning district. There are some questions to the full effect of the court order. We had hoped to be able to bring to you today a proposal to dispose of that litigation. Unfortunately, in the last several days, the property owner has changed their mind as to the terms of the settlement. So rather than disposing of the litigation as we had hoped, they've essentially preserved the issue that we are now asking the Second District Court of Appeal for clarification on what effect does their court order have on the remaining 2 counts of the lawsuit that was brought against the town, which is for damages and claim for due process violation. So our view is that by prevailing, the property owner is entitled to the right to sell alcohol, subject to the issuance of the appropriate mandate, which still has not been issued, and that any additional actions are precluded in the cases, and the 2 other counts should be dismissed. Where I will continue to keep you posted in that regard. The last item that I have, 2 other cases I mentioned before, have successfully been concluded that involved the 2 of the 3 vessels out in our mooring field. We resolved one favorably where the boat owner paid us over half of what he owed us for the past due rent, and he's removed the vessel. The other vessel, in the windstorm that we had just over the holiday season, got blown off the mooring buoy that it was attached to, and was secured by either the Coast Guard or the Sheriff's Office as a derelict vessel, and is no longer in our mooring field, no longer our problem, which is very good news for us, because that's the particular vessel that just showed up overnight. We have no idea who owned it, where the property owner is, or the vessel owner, not the property owner, but the vessel owner. So the fact that Active Nature helped us out there is very encouraging. And the last one, we're hopeful that we're also talking to the parties involved to seek a settlement and have that removed from the mooring field as well, so we can get all 3 of those mooring sites up and running and in rent as it's designed. I do have one particular request. I need to request a shade meeting for prior to the next meeting next week in the
Executive session.
executive session. Had it up here and it went dead. I have to. Is in the James J. Jameson case versus the town of Fort Myers Beach in the Circuit Court of the 20th Judicial Circuit in Fort Lee County, Florida. Case number 17 CA 198. We've been having some discussions individually with each of you about the progress of this litigation. It is getting scheduled for mediation in the early part of February. So our outside counsel that's handling this matter has asked for an executive session in order to be able to discuss where the settlement conversations currently stand, get parameters for potential settlement discussions as part of the mediation. And last but not least, during the course of that shade meeting or executive session, probably ask for one of you all to be designated as a representative of the town to attend the mediation.
How long do you anticipate needing for that?
The mediation?
No, the
Oh, I would say probably less than 45 minutes. Do you want to schedule it before the regular meeting?
Yeah, I guess. All right
And
with
push that
everybody?
back?
Like 9 or earlier? At 9 and then start the meeting later?
Sure.
All right with everybody?
On the 19th? Tuesday the 19th? Yep, okay.
Okay.
We'll get that notice posted. That's it.
Other litigation, anything going on with any of the other?
No, in the, as I've discussed with each of you, we have responded to the Burt Harris claim. I just received a copy of that response, the formal signed one, which I'll forward to you all, that I previously discussed with each of you regarding the walkover. One of the property owners involved in that litigation has filed a federal lawsuit alleging a discrimination by the town pursuant to the ADA. As I have already advised each of you, that again is being covered by the League of Cities. They've taken over the handling of that matter. It's literally in its infancy, and as the case progresses, we will continue to be in contact with outside counsel and keep you posted on any major events as that case proceeds through the federal court system.
Thank you.
Unless you have any other questions about any of the items I've discussed or anything that I've not discussed, I'm done.
Got one quick question, John.
Sir.
It's a new year, so for us newbies, what is the ethics training requirements for this?
You are required to take, I believe it's a 4-hour ethics course. I have offered to and do it for staff, but for you all, it is actually accessible online through, I believe, the League of Cities. If you so choose, then it automatically, I don't want to say automatically, I take that back. Whether or not it automatically gets reported to the state. I think what they do is they send you the certificate that you then know. Vice
Called
Mayor
about-
Hasselfrost
I called about it before having been through CLE requirements because I was given nothing. And I was told that the way that I report that I completed it is on the form that we file every year, that you check a box that says, I went to the video CLE or I went to CLE. That's the whole strength of their requirement. It's pretty
They
lame.
don't provide us.
Well,
It's pretty lame.
Well, I did do the online one, and they did send me a email saying that I completed it and that a copy was sent to the town clerk, Michelle, at the time. So, and my understanding is that if it was completed last year, that it covers us through December of this year. Maybe something we want to check on, because I believe that's what Michelle advised me, that because we came in midway.
For new council members, I think that the first one covers your first full year. So if you've already taken it, then you may be covered. If you haven't, then you take it and then report it.
Okay. Council members, items and report. Start with you, Councilman Allers.
First, I just want to clarify, I've been informed that I was being very selfish by giving you the numbers that the Santa Claus tree raised. The entire event raised $7,500 for nonprofits on the island. So I just wanted to make sure that I updated that from earlier. Also, I was wondering if we
Where
could,
did that text originate from, if I might ask, Councilman
well,
Heller?
let's just say Mrs. Claus was sure to let me know. If possible, Roger, could you update us as to where we are on the sound system for Town Hall? I think we're all tired of, I'll only speak for myself, I guess, getting communications about how nothing can be heard or every other word. Where do we stand on that?
Amy?
It is going out for bid right now, so towards the end of March.
Okay.
I'm at
We're gonna
So I
hire a
was under the-
contractor. We're gonna hire a
sound.
sound engineer, but we're not, we're not going to chop the pieces ourselves. We're gonna have someone put together the whole system.
I guess for some reason, maybe I was misinformed. I thought we had already sent that out for bid, but saying it's going to be going out for bid?
We were working on the
It's
specifications. and
Ready
it-
now.
It's gonna go on the counter for
getting
bids.
tweaked.
Can I jump in just for 1 second? I spoke with Jason about that this morning, before the meeting started, and he said that the snake ones, we still have the older snake ones. Those work fine. Oh,
No, we had problems. That's why we went to these.
because they always worked okay for us. I mean, I don't know what happened to them, and they.
It appears in the meetings that I've watched online that unless you're leaning forward and speaking clearly into the microphone, it doesn't pick up everything. You do hear some, if people are sitting back like this, you can't.
People
Very
just need to
difficult to
be
hear.
retrained, that's all.
Maybe that's a possibility.
All right, I'm sorry.
No worries. Also, I know you touched on it a little bit with FP&L. Curious as to where we are with the lighting consultant.
Right, so we have a selection committee meeting.
We have it.
We had it last week, so we'll be recommending a design firm if the town wants to go ahead and cure its own system. So we'll be bringing that to the council for your authorization to execute a contract as an alternative to FP&L.
When did you say when or?
Next meeting, I believe.
Okay. Also, I wanted to bring up, it's come up over the last few weeks, emergency regulations that have been put in place, some by previous council, some by us. There's some of the items on there that are still there that haven't been superseded by the governor's orders. I'd like to know what the will of the council would be to revisit some of those. There's a perception out there that specifically the special exceptions for events is not being either followed completely or being pick and choosing as to when it's being followed. Whether or not that's true or not, I don't know, but it does say in specifically emergency regulation number 1 that a special exceptions, any permits for special exceptions was not to be allowed.
I mean, special events or
Special events permit, I'm sorry, yes. But again, that's the only one, my understanding, maybe John could correct me if I'm wrong, that appears of all of the things listed in that first emergency declaration that are still active, if you will, that weren't covered under the governor's orders.
I would say that that's one of the more significant ones. I've not done a comprehensive search, but that definitely is there. It has not been repealed by this town council. If you want, we can place it on next week on one of the agendas for next week for the council discussion and action on. If you want to take action on it, then obviously would have to be at a regular council meeting.
And again, and Roger, maybe you can opine on this, have there been special events permits issued?
Yeah, the answer is, we have issued the special event permit for someone having a 5-person wedding on the beach, yes.
Just, I wanted to bring it up to my fellow council members because it is still out there and the perception is that some are getting approved and some are not.
That's true. Ones with larger numbers of people are not being approved. Ones with
Which are covered
5 or
covered
10 people are being approved. If it's like a wedding on the beach and it's all members of the same family, those are being approved.
In addition, Roger has brought us a couple of times specific events. We have told him to go ahead and do them. he brought them through us. I believe the farmers markets, for example,
Correct. So
someone's perceiving that they got something they didn't get. He brought that to us specifically.
Again, I guess my point is, does the council want to take more control of that as to what we want to see and what we don't want to see? Because as we all know, perception is reality, and some things get brought forward and some do not.
Well, it's a timing issue. If he's got enough time to bring it to us, he can. But if they apply so late, there's not enough time for him to bring it to us.
I understand that, but again,
Yeah.
my argument is, does it need to be that difficult? Does it need to be that, does it need to be that entailed? Either you
Well, I
allow them
think
or you don't.
The special events ordinance requires that you're supposed to apply for a permit before you start to do publicity, or you start renting
I
things.
completely understand that, but
So-
as it is right now, that cannot happen. If that regulation is lifted under that emergency regulation, then they can go through that process you mentioned. Right now, it says no special events.
well, let me just be clear. Anybody who says that I disagree with the staff's analysis on any issue, I want it to come before council, we will generally put that item on the next available council meeting if we receive an email to that effect. So the council can get involved in the decision-making process and carve out exceptions if they wish to, which they feel is appropriate.
I guess I'll go back again to what I originally raised. Is there a will of the council to revisit that, just call it that specific regulation, that declaration, emergency declaration number 1?
It's number 5 and
Number
as
5.
amended, and number 7.
The one that
amended
still
number
has
5.
the mask ordinance still?
Yeah, it's, I believe, number 1 was the closure of the beach. And so we can,
Number 1,
we can put, provide you with a memo outlining, what's out there and what these
Update.
major salient points are, and you all can give us direction what you want to do with them.
Dan, I don't have a problem discussing it at a further, that's what you're trying to get to. Let Jim, John, prepare a memo to us before then. We want to discuss it. Our next meeting's in MMP. What's a regular meeting before the MMP?
That's what I was
Yeah.
trying to get at. It was just that maybe it's time to review some of these emergency declarations that were put in place back in March.
Let's get a memo from John as to which ones we do need to review, all of them.
I agree.
Okay.
And Madam Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor, and Councilman, also, the special event item that got deferred from today's meeting will be on the next council meeting, so you could talk
Oh, I
about
don't
your
believe
new
you anymore,
ordinance, and
Roger.
you could talk about, talk about whether or not you want to keep exceptions or in place for all or none.
Anything else, Councilman Allers?
Let me just make sure I didn't have one other, there was one other. We already covered it. I'm good.
Vice
Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, previous council had 2 requests to staff to bring to us some modifications of the LDC. Now, we asked to do that at the same time that we asked for the side setback ordinance, which that one kind of got deferred. These 2 completely have disappeared, which is why I was asking about our LDC review process, how far along we are. It doesn't sound like we're close to having that come before us. So I'd like to ask if anybody else agrees with the prior council that ask that the staff bring us a new proposal about modifying our regulations regarding the footprint of a property. The footprint right now is so large, they don't include the pool, for example, in the footprint, and people are building these huge pools. So their entire property is covered with concrete and pavers and things of that nature. A prior council did ask for a review of that, and I'd like to have staff bring that forward. Does anyone else agree?
I thought there was already some kind of code about what percentage of your lot could be covered with.
There is, but it's inadequate. It's, Sarah, I had long discussions with Sarah about it, who said, yes, we need to modify this, at least according to Sarah.
The pavers in the pool are not considered.
They're not considered part of the footprint.
I would be willing to look at it, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So if staff could prepare some
We'll get started on
ideas
it.
about that for a future MP. The second thing that a prior council also asked for, and maybe it wasn't a prior council because I remember Ray was in on it, we wanted to look at mechanical noise. Was a lot of problem with air conditioners, pool pumps, et cetera, since we have this 7.5-foot setback. I get complaints from folks. I noticed when I looked at the Publix stuff, it said Publix had to put their stuff all on the roof and cover it to keep Ocean Harbor from having noise. Ocean Harbor is a lot further away from their air conditioners than my neighbors are from mine. Again, it just seemed to have disappeared and never came back to us. Is anyone else interested in having staff bring some ideas about that?
Happy to take a look at that. I don't know what the answer is, but it's certainly worth studying. Yeah.
Thank you. Number 3, we all recently got from the Florida League of Cities a notebook from our new president about educating the public about home rule and how important that is, and that people really don't understand that the state legislature is preempting things and also costing us money by unfunded mandates. I'd love to see this booklet provided to our, to Jessica, excuse me, Miss Dexter.
Okay.
And
Both
that
have
maybe she could pull pieces of this out and educate the public about home rule and how important it is. And when people speak to their legislators, to please let them know that that is uppermost on the minds of our citizens, that it is in our state constitution. Please, legislators, please do not violate that portion of our constitution. So,
Taking a beating these days.
yes, so would the rest of council like to see Ms. Dexter add this to future publicity? Little bites. Thank you.
Just to add, since you mentioned Ms. Dexter, can I?
Yes.
There was one thing that I did forget to
You're
add.
done, you're done.
I was- No, it was just about, though the position is there to get out information, was a little perplexed at seeing some information about promoting dead fish watching up on the beach. Didn't feel that that was a very purposeful post, if you will. And the fact that news stations picked it up and ran with it, I was a little worried. So things like this, I'm more in favor of seeing brought out as opposed to why you shouldn't come and visit. Although I agree with what she was posting for how hard the staff works, but
I think that was the point.
it was the point, but I
And
think the
it got
message was
twisted.
lost.
It
The
got
message got
twisted.
lost, yes.
Well, just to be clear, that we never said anything in our post about red tide. We just said, showed someone, the folks out there tied the two concepts together. And by the way, the media was previously writing stories about red tide and did fish several days before that. So, while we didn't call attention specifically to red tide, we did call attention to the fact that our folks have been hard cleaning up. And that fish could have died from anything. We didn't do
Well,
an autopsy on it.
that's what I answered. Someone sent me that as well, and, is this what Fort Myers Beach should be talking about? You know, these deep water fish dying on our beach? I said, they're not deep water fish. You know, I've caught them in 10 inches of water. They're not deep water. And that fish could have died of anything, you know? I mean, it's not like, it's not like 2018 when we had dozens of them rolling up. This was one isolated tarpon that could very well have died of old age or fisherman neglect or any countless number of ways it could have died. Say the inference was that it was a red tide death, and I didn't see a biologist sitting right there with that in that picture, and that's you just can't make those assumptions. So it wasn't the best thing optically to put out there, but I understand the staff was excited. Look what I found on the beach, you know? You don't find a big dead tarpon every day on the beach, you know? So anyhow.
Apologize.
Oh, that's okay. Last but not least, not long ago, Roger indicated to us that our staff had accomplished a discount for our flood insurance, and we had a certificate from FEMA, et cetera, et cetera. And I'd like to let everybody know that I have seen the actual effects of that, having recently purchased my flood insurance again. For the first time ever, my flood insurance actually went down. And when I asked my insurance agent to check on that, they said they came back with the information that it was because the town discount had increased. So there was, didn't just hold steady, it actually decreased some. So I'd like to point that out to everybody. Pay attention to your flood insurance bills. You may see actual concrete evidence of what the town staff, the efforts that they put forward. And thank them for that.
Well, thank you.
Councilman Allen.
Nothing that hasn't already been covered. Thank you.
Committee, quick. Councilman Beach.
I think Jim's hungry. Couple things that, one thing that came up is that there will be a public hearing on the date of the Big Carlos Bridge coming up.
Yes.
And do you get a date on that?
Yeah, it's Thursday, the 28th, from 5 till 7 at Bay Oaks.
I wonder if maybe we could pen a letter from council for the mayor, maybe to represent us in that wishes. That if it's going to tear down, then we'll use that as a fishing, and to ask about the fishing pier.
Yes.
I understand it's probably more of a separate item than that, but
Well, I'm on record with them at their meeting downtown. It's a fait accompli about the bridge itself.
Right.
You know that. But oh, never hurts to reiterate the point. So we can do that. We can do that.
If I could just add to that, you're correct. It's from 5 to 7 at Bay Oaks, but the presentation is going to be at 6 o'clock. If you go on the county's website, you can also attend online as well.
and maybe that's something we can also have our information officer. I don't know if it's appropriate, have her send out a notice in case someone is interested in what happens to the.
We generally post the county's new, releases when they're applicable at Fort Myers Beach. General rule.
Okay, the other thing is we talked about about forming a committee to talk about the Veterans Tribute at Bayfront Park. I sent out something to Roger. I did some conversations with Roger about the best way to do that, whether that should be a town committee or whether it should be independent of the town. We seem to think that maybe being independent of the town was a more efficient path for a couple of reasons. And one is the veterans already have organizations that are coverage for such a thing. Although I would also, as I stated, recommend that we get at least one town councillor. And Roger said maybe a staff person to be on the committee, right along. And in that light too, I was talking to a veteran, and his exact words were, "Well, what about first responders?" And so, given that I think what the plan to come up with is to have a limited footprint for any kind of tribute, that I feel it would be appropriate, and there'd be room to have two smaller tributes, have one for the veterans and one for first responders. Have independent committees formed for those two. And like I said in the memo, the committees would be involved in design, fundraising, but would have to come through council for approval of any kind of design. So if there is a consensus on that, I'd like to see us maybe assign a council people to the different committees and start moving forward with it.
I really liked what you wrote, Bill. I thought it was well thought out and great. I would be opposed to adding yet another layer to this by putting on another committee for first responders. I think this is one of those things also that's been talked to death, the Veterans Memorial. Let's keep it a veterans tribute, what I like to use. Let's keep it to one committee so it doesn't get too complicated. That would be my thoughts.
Just as I pointed out, I was thinking different committees for different tributes, so their fundraising and their design is independent.
Who brought up first responders? The veterans?
A veteran.
A veteran.
I talked to.
Kind of morphed again, but
It has, and that's why I'm bringing it up as just an idea.
I love the idea. I love your outline. I think if you look at the fire station next to the CVS, they've got a beautiful memorial for 9/11, and they've got a piece of the Twin Towers, and it's very, very appropriate. So I think I'd love to keep it on the veterans thrust. And I'm also, I think the town should be and you mentioned it, Councilor Veach, in your memo, but I want to make sure the town is ultimately responsible for financing it. If we get some additional help, that's wonderful, but I don't want it to go away because they didn't get financing, if you know what I mean. I don't think you do either, but
I don't, and I really have a hard time seeing that happen.
I don't either. But I just want to make sure that we're undergirding it in case they don't reach whatever their goal is, and that we can.
And I do agree, although I think that the initial ending should be that we're just a donor. Make sure that the organizations have the responsibility to, you know, it's not just that I'm doing that to save the town money, because this is not a very expensive proposition. It's that you honor people by letting them contribute to something like this.
I think the brick concept, if people want to buy a brick to somebody to recognize a veteran and their family, I think that's awesome. I think I support whatever, I think this is a great concept. Would it be set up like a temporary advisory committee then?
Talking with the town manager, you know, if we do it outside the town, it would be a temporary committee, but it wouldn't be necessarily in chambers. It wouldn't be publicized, have to be advertised, have to be, you know, take staff time and recorded and all that. It's done under more informal.
I think that's great. I would only just, and again, respectfully caution you as you get into this, having worked with various veterans groups over the years, both in Congress and at the state level. You'll need to be really careful because every group will want to be represented. Every group will have a perspective, every era. So it'll be challenging, but I'll help you any way I can and support you any way I can. I just think you'll run into, it's very unique in terms of the various perspectives, but we'll do our best to welcome all perspectives, of course, but it gets interesting, but we'll figure it out.
Anything else?
Attorney has a
Yeah,
warning for me.
I apologize for being somewhat of a buzzkill on the ideas that if the town council is the one that creates the committee, even though it's ad hoc or however you wish to call it, and the town council is the one that appoints its members, it is going to be subject to Sunshine Law and the Public Records Law. If you all tell, you know, all your veteran friends, hey, you all create yourselves an ad hoc committee and come to us with recommendations at some future point, that's on you all. And then you don't have the implications of the Sunshine Law and the Public Records Law. But the moment that you designate them as an advisory committee and attach a staff liaison to them, you appoint them, then they're like like any other of your committees.
What if, can this informal committee, can they appoint like someone from town council on their committee without as a person?
But it would be outside, it would be as a private citizen, not as a council member,
And
as a liaison.
can we ask that committee to report to us, or not to report to us, but to bring
Again,
us
it's-
designs for
it's-
approval?
By asking them, by directing them, by tasking them, you now start getting into, if you just simply say, hey, you know, people, you all want to come to us with recommendations on as veterans, what we should do at Bayside Park, and that's one thing. But if you create, we're going to designate these individuals, we're going to appoint them, we're going to require or give them a liaison and ask them to report back to us in a month, that's an advisory committee.
What about if this committee forms to put this tribute in Bayfront Park, but the town council just want to be able to approve whatever design is going to go into the park?
You take their report, you say, we're come to us when you're finished and we'll consider it like
The arch people.
yeah, like anyone else.
The arch.
But we'll take into we'll take into consideration the fact that you're veterans and you have a vested interest in the outcome of the process.
John,
Yes,
can't
ma'am.
we designate that Bill as though is our point person to communicate with this outside committee?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll work with the council member to make sure that we're within the confines of the law, so we don't implicate Sunshine Public Records Law because as I understand, the request or the discussion is to use those trappings so it's more efficient.
Okay.
So I'm in favor of making Bill the point person and
It's an Uber back from the FW.
They have good spaghetti dinners out there. So,
Anything else?
and just a consensus that is, I mean, is there any support for putting up a first responders tribute, or is that something that, what does the rest of the council feel about that? Basically, like with the Veterans Tribute, we essentially allocate space.
Councilmember? I don't know if this got included in the conversation or not, but clearly with the fire department developing the parcel just south of us, a huge parcel, plenty of land, you know, it might be as appropriate a spot, if appropriate.
Although when I think first responders is broader than just firemen.
Understood, but you know, again, they're a huge piece of land, whereas ours is kind of smaller, but whatever the council decides.
What is it? I heard what,
I would prefer just to keep it simple myself, you know, just with the veterans, and I think there's plenty of opportunities. It's my own opinion.
okay. Life a little easier. And I'll move forward with, you know, because I do have a person who's been talking to me about organizations, so veterans organization. The other thing that has come up, we had when we were talking here about the TDC funding, and we talked about trying to leverage the bathrooms that the restrooms we have now. And I don't really know if I presented the idea then, but the idea that in beach accesses, particularly ones where you're a ways away from a public bathroom, is to enable businesses, cooperating businesses, to put up a sign in the beach access saying where they are and that their bathroom is open for the public, within reason. I don't think this is necessarily a cure-all for all over the island, but I think that it's to me, a good cooperative solution that doesn't just involve the government doing it. I think that some people who are smart business people will recognize that this creates advertising that drives potential businesses into their businesses. And depending on where you are, like if you're, Dan Allers has talked about the analogy of someone with some grandkids who need a bathroom. If you take them you're directed to a local ice cream shop for them to go to the bathroom, I'm betting you're not going out of that place without an ice cream. So I would like to encourage this idea as a way to not only show to leverage, not only showing where our public bathrooms are, but allow the private to generate some business and provide a service.
well, I think you already asked for us to have an MMP about the bathroom issue, beach accesses. To me, this seems all part of that pot and should be added to that discussion.
Okay. Is that scheduled on an M&P, Roger?
Well, we could put it on the next MP, the agenda's still open.
I like that idea, and I think you would also, that's potentially a draft ordinance respectively.
Great.
Yep.
That'd be a good thing to talk about.
That's what I was referring to, Jim.
Great. So this is a bit of an extension on that. The other thing, we have the meeting coming up with chairs. And Amy, are all the chairs been notified of that joint meeting? Nice, okay, then. Yeah. And one thing I also think is interesting, I don't know where they want to necessarily extend our meetings for their reason, but we were all assigned to various committees. And except for the TDC, we've never really had an opportunity to let each other know what goes on in those committees and what's being done that affects the town. I think if it's a future consideration, I would be interested to know.
So just so you know, we have a schedule that's shared with the committee chairs. For them to come in and update council on the going-ons of their committee. Versus the liaison doing it, but
Let-
of
let-
course,
let
the
me clar-
liaisons have a time from time to time.
Let me
have
clarify, I'm
updated
talking
it.
about the outside committees that we, like TDC and the transportation committees and all this, that I know they meet somewhat regularly, and it'd be interesting to know what's going on with those outside committees.
That's a good idea. Maybe include that with our regular MMP meetings. That'd be part of that.
Or just report back at the next meeting, you know,
Or it's timely, maybe.
take too long. Anything else, Bill?
That's it.
And I see how Jim gets around, you know, he passes on his, then he piggybacks on yours, so he gets his time. I saw how that
Evil
works.
plan.
I just have one quick thing. Earlier, I spoke about the vaccines. We've been updated here today, and this is from Kevin Ruane's assistant down at the county commission. Florida Department of Health and Lee County government announced today that an estimated 9,000 doses of the COVID-19 vaccine will be administered this week to frontline healthcare workers and seniors 65 and older. That number a few days ago was supposed to be, it was 4,000. They had 1,000 left over. It's going to be 5,000. So now it's gone from 4,000 to 9,000. So that's pretty good improvement. The whole idea with these vaccines, I've been learning as we go along, the faster you use them and get them used up, the more your allocation becomes. So Ruane is trying to get these these doses of vaccinations to around 20,000 in a matter of weeks or a month or whatever. That's his short-term goal. Oh, there's been a little bit of progress. Through last week, more than 11,000 individuals will have been vaccinated at Lee County sites open to the public. Additionally, FDOH, Florida Department of Health, Lee, has vaccinated many medical workers, separate sites since the vaccination became available here in December. The number of individuals does not include vaccinations issued by other entities such as Lee Health. It goes on and on and on. But for the beach people, I'm still waiting to hear if in fact we'll get something down here, and hopefully we'll know something next few days.
And one kind of point to piggyback on that, I did talk to a friend who called their doctor, a Lee Health doctor, and went in and got an appointment, got the shot, has an appointment for the second shot already. Another neighbor who called and has a future appointment with the doctor. So there are alternatives going and waiting these long lines. They're worth trying.
Grand, that's all. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Anything else for the good of the order?
Just to piggyback on your vaccine comments there, Mayor, I have been in contact with our Commissioner Sandelli about, there's been some person communication to me from some residents as well as email about getting a proposed site, get some of these vaccinations down here on the island. I reached out to him to express my, the interest of the island to potentially do that, because some of our folks can obviously get to wait or can wait in line to do that. So perhaps if the rest of the counselors haven't done it, if they could reach out and express their interest.
I had a similar conversation with Commissioner Sandelli, so absolutely.
Just talk to Ray but me. But anyhow, yeah, so sites will be important now. So that, again, to reiterate, Tyler Adams down at Church of the Ascension offered the hall down there. What's nice about that site, as they knocked down the curb that was erected, prevented people coming in there for Sunday Mass this Sunday. As soon as that's knocked down, people can get in and out of there. There's lots of parking, and it's an easy out. It's our polling site. You know what it is. So anyhow, is there anything else for the good of the order? If not, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.